What's going on, everybody? Had to throw a little tank on for tonight's subject matter. I'm not a real big tank fan, but it's kind of fitting for what we're gonna be discussing tonight. Let a couple more get up in here before we get into it. Go back for another session of King Shit Talk. It's gonna be um, very interesting tonight, I believe. I missed my. What did I miss last week? I think I missed my cigar last week, but I had wine. I got both of them bad boys tonight, so I'm road ready. I'll give a little disclaimer again that whatever I say, my thoughts, how I feel about certain things, how I feel about the subject matter for tonight, it is my feeling, my thoughts on things, my understanding on things. I don't speak for everybody. And just because I say something, even if I've researched it, which I did a lot of research on what we're going to be getting into. But hey, even the research that you do sometimes can be skewed. I mean, it's not an absolute that whatever you look into or whatever you research or find out about a certain thing, depending on the source, you know how it goes. But we'll jump into it. The topic is it the woman's fault when men cheat? I'm not going to answer that just yet, not directly. I'm going to wait a little bit before I give my input on if I feel like it's the woman's fault. We're gonna talk a little bit first about it, and I don't have a specific like guest or anything for tonight, so it's very open dialogue. If you decide you want to come up and say something, question anything, if I say something and you're not vibing with it or whatnot, hey, just tap the mic, ask to come up. Y'all know how it goes, and we'll get into it. Now, in my researching on this, so let me tell y'all how I researched it. Well, first, let me tell you why I even decided to speak on this in the first place. And it was because there's an awful lot of cheating that goes on. We all know this. And though it comes from both sides, I mean, I see it a lot when I have a lot of women that confide in me. I have a lot of family members that are women. I have older daughters. So I hear more from the woman's point of view about cheating than I do from the man's point of view. And there's a uniform theme in most of it. The majority of the women that talk to me about being cheated on, that talk to me about cheating, that go into detail about the subject, 95% of them tell me that in some way, shape, form, or fashion, either they believe that it's their fault or the man that they're with tells them that it's their fault or has them thinking that it's their fault. So with that, with hearing it that much, and even with guys that I've known that have cheated, even with hearing their side of things, it for the most part, it's always like it's the woman's fault. And so it made me think about it. And I did a lot of self examination and I did a lot of research on cheating and why do people do this? Why do people do that? And um, I came up with my answer on why I feel like, well, not why, but I came up with my answer to whether I believe that it's the woman's fault when men cheat. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about women cheating because it's one of those things where most things that we deal with, we know that it can go both ways. And though I know that women do cheat and it does happen on a grand scale, it's one of those things that it's not talked about as much as men cheating. So for now, I don't know in the future if I'll do you know, a segment on women cheating. I have no idea. But tonight it's about, you know, is it a woman's fault? We're gonna talk about some reasons why men cheat. I'm going to disclose why I feel like men cheat. Um, and again, I say for those that didn't hear me earlier, this is just my personal beliefs on it. It doesn't mean that, you know, because I say something that makes it so. That's not the case. It makes it so for me because that's what I think. But when I was researching, I came across something that gave 7 reasons that people cheat. Now, these are supposedly experts that came up with this list. I have no idea what qualifies them to be experts. I don't know if they have schooling or if they're just going off experience, but the wording was that they're experts. So I'm going to assume that they have some sort of expertise on the subject. And at any time, if like I said, I'm going through this stuff, and you guys want to chime in or whatnot, please feel free to do so. Um, but the first reason they say that people cheat is out of anger or for revenge. Now, I've known some revenge cheaters in my day, and you guys probably have known some revenge cheaters as well. Um, we hear people say things like, "Oh, how you do that to me? Oh, I got something for you." Blah blah blah, and then they just go out and just randomly find somebody. I've known people to do that. Not a whole lot, but I've known a couple to do that. And so, me personally, if I'm mad, I'm not. It's not going to pop inside of my head to go find somebody to cheat with if I'm mad. So the anger and revenge cheating thing, that's never been, something that I flow with. It definitely not revenge cheating, because if it's bad enough to where it hurts me to that extent, I'm not thinking about revenge in a cheating aspect. I'm thinking about just getting the hell up out of Dodge. I mean, I'm just done. I don't want to talk to you, deal with you, none of that good stuff. But that was the first thing. Before I get into number 2, let me tell you what I also found out. Now, like I said, this came from experts in the field. They say that 15% of women admit to cheating. Hear me carefully. 15% of women admit to cheating. It's not saying that 15% of women cheat. That's saying that 15% of them admit to it. And to be honest with you, I don't even know why they even broke that down to a 15% of women admit to cheating. I don't know too many men that admit to cheating. I mean, unless they're talking to, their friends or something like that, I guess. But it also said that 60%, that's 6 out of 10, for every 10 women, 6 of them, according to this, well, let me change that. It's 60% of men and women, is what it said. 60% of married couples cheat evenly, but the reasons why they cheat are different. There are reasons that the man will cheat will be totally different than reasons that the woman will cheat, and which a lot of this stuff is just common knowledge. A lot of this stuff we know anyway. It's common sense. We found this out a long time ago, long before today. But 60% is a large freaking number. I was surprised to see that it was that high. It did kind of put in perspective for me, though, a lot of the reasons why, like, I'll have conversations with people and they'll just tell me that they just don't trust the opposite sex, or they move the way they move because they feel like there's no loyalty in the relationship they're with. There's very little trust and things like that. And then I always jump to the, okay, well, if that's the case, then why are you with the person? And I hear a lot of things. I hear that, well, the person is good in this area, this area, this area, or the person makes me feel like this, or I enjoy the person in this aspect, or the person is good to my children. It's a whole lot of different things, but it is basically I stay with them because of that. Like, those pros outweigh the cons. Now, if this data is correct and 60% of married couples cheat at the same amount, then it's puzzling to me why people it puzzles me why people bother to get married in the first place, or that's telling me that either people don't truly understand what marriage is, or people have a different idea, like they've changed. The truth of marriage has changed over time, and that's not it doesn't go into the realm of other reasons why marriages fail or people get married in the first place. This is specifically talking about cheating. And if 6 out of 10 married couples are cheating, something is amuck. Something is wrong. I don't know whether people just don't want to be alone or what it is, but that is a very high number of married couples that are cheating on one another. The number 2 reason why these experts say that people cheat are falling out of love. Now, there was a time, ladies and gentlemen, where I believed that if you were truly in love with somebody, that you couldn't, for the most part, couldn't fall out of love with them. That's true love. It's just hard for me to fathom loving you today and not loving you tomorrow. That's just me, though. So the falling out of love, when I saw that, I'm like, okay, you cheating on somebody because you fell out of love with them. That doesn't make good sense to me, because I would think if you fall out of love with them to the point where you want to cheat, then why not fall out of love with them to the point to where you don't want to be with them anymore? And this does not at all mean that Salid is freaking the Pope or something like that. I don't ever want anything that I say to make it like I sit on a throne and I look down at other people. No, if people make mistakes, people make choices, people do what they're gonna do. Everyone has some kind of dirt on their white shirt at some point in their lives. I'm just saying as far as as far as that goes, falling out of love, I just there are a lot of reasons that people tell people that they love them. There are a lot of situations that cause you to be in situations where you feel like you love someone. It just is hard for me to digest the idea of being in love with a person and at some point, and this is if cheating is what's the word, if cheating is not in the cards, like if people are in a relationship and they agree that cheating is not, what they're about, if they want to be in a monogamous relationship, then I just can't think that I could be with somebody and I'm building something and it gets to the point where I fall in love with them. And then there comes a time where I say, okay, I'm not in love with this person. I want to go sleep with somebody while still being with this person. If the love is real. That's my thought on number two. Got two people lobbying up to speak on it right now. We got Miss Nikita Hunt and we got Chocolate Yoda. We're going to go ladies first and see what Miss Hunt has to say. Then I'll come to you, Mr. Yoda. And while she's talking, I'm going to light my cigar, folks. Cello.
Hello.
How are you? Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing. About to light this cigar.
I see. Go ahead and light it up.
Yeah. What do you think about what I've said thus far?
Thus far, okay. I'm going to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
The statistics that you're starting to read, what year, like what was there a time frame recently, or are they going from a certain year to now, or how's that?
This was it's not current, but it said 2021.
Okay, 2021.
And I have no idea even what demographic of people they got these numbers from. I don't know what area they went to. It's a lot that can go into that.
Right.
So I'm not sure, but I know it shocked me. Hearing 60% shocked me because that's a large number.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Really?
No, it does not. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Now, does it not surprise you from how things are now, or has, like, for most of your life, have you seen it be pretty much like that?
Most of my life.
Okay.
The only thing, as we've discussed before, if we go back to when our parents were together, like 70s, 80s, 90s, earlier, they did it, but they're not as bold with it as the people are now.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't surprise me. I've seen it a lot. You see it on TV, you hear about it, your friends and everything, but it doesn't surprise
me. Well, since you're up here, let me ask you this. Who do you think is at fault when a man cheats on his woman?
Okay, I want all of y'all to hear me out first because I say this every show. I'm my daddy's son, so I'm like a man most of the time. But let me first clear this disclaimer again. I'm not an expert. I just go on experience, what I've seen, what I've been through. If you how am I trying to say this? Because I don't want y'all cussing out in messages, but if you do, that's fine. It's probably more men cheating than women anyway. But when I listen to women talk about what they want and who they have and how they're doing this, and women can be very spiteful, very vindictive. And it doesn't even have to be a case where he's cheating or anything like that, it's because they're spoiled most of the time. If they feel entitled, I guess, or they have the wrong morals. Not all women, so please understand. But if you listen to some people have their conversations, like I eavesdrop all the time when I'm driving Uber or if I'm staying at the store or whatever. And I just think some of these women are straight up silly. Straight up silly. They don't communicate well with their husband, boyfriends, whatever. They don't understand them. They don't listen. We know that men are very good communicators as it is. But when you do have those who do try to talk to you and explain what they're going through, some women just don't want to. They always think it's got to be about them. How they want to be treated. They have this idea that, they're supposed to get flowers all the time and, get taken out on dates and get money. And this is what I see now. And you could have a man that works really, really hard. He might deserve some of those things. And they don't want to do anything. They don't want to talk, or they get mad. They'll put them on punishment. They don't want to be, affectionate with them. They don't want to do anything for them. So it just depends, again, like you said, it depends on the scenario. But overall, people are going to say it's the woman's fault anyway. I think the majority of the time it is.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Well, glory.
And hear this. It could also be our fault that they're cheating because we let them get away with a whole lot of stuff. So, for example, if you have a relationship where you want to do, what's that, swinging stuff, or y'all have a threesome, whatever, and you agree to it with all of you, and he gets greedy, and he tiptoes out one time, and well, it's okay, and he's going to continue to do it because you allow him to do these things. People do what you allow them to do.
That's a fact.
So it could be that scenario, or I don't know. It could just be a number of things. And I'm only saying this really because men cheat that we know of more than women.
Mm-hmm.
Now, women, in my idea, I think women cheat to get back.
So the anger and revenge, which was number one.
Mm-hmm. Or he did it, the tit for tat. He did, I'm gonna do it, which is very immature. I'm like you. If I'm in love with you, I'm in love with you. And if I fall out of love, we fall out of love, we end. I've never cheated. But when I get out there and get loose, it's a different story, But I've never cheated. So, I don't know. It just depends. It depends on the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because men cheat, more than women, I would say, women is mostly their fault.
According to the experts, we kind of even, but that's another topic though. I think most of that comes from what a person has dealt with in their own personal lives, what they've seen. Because if someone has seen more women do it, then they're going to feel like women cheat on a grander scale. If someone has seen more men do it, then they're going to feel like men cheat on a grander scale. I think if we go from the beginning of mankind, then I think it would probably be fair to say that men do it on a very larger scale. But we also have to understand that for a large period of time, it was not only accepted, but it was championed for men to have multiple partners, whereas it was looked at where the woman had to just be one of those partners. Like she couldn't go out and have, for the most part, 25 dudes that she dealing with. But it was accepted for men to have hundreds of wives in a lot of cultures, or concubines, or whatever you want to call them. So yeah, so it's interesting for you to hear you say that you feel like it's the women's fault. I hear your points. I'm still gonna wait before I give my take on if I feel like it's a woman's fault if a man cheats. But of course, like always, I love your input. We have two gentlemen waiting, and you better stay too. 'Cause I know after they speak, you may want to say something else. But let me get let me get Mr. Chocolate Yoda up here right now. You hear me, Miss Hunt?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. We're gonna get him up here now.
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Yoda will be up here in about a second. Very interesting points, Miss Hunt. Hello? Okay, Mr. Yoda left. Let's see, just a man podcast. Let's get him up here. Come back, Mr. Yoda. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Hello?
All right.
How you doing, kind sir?
Good. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if it's clear or not, because I got a headset on.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
How you doing this evening?
Good, man. Good. Actually, this topic, man, is something that I spoke on a little bit before. And I know I've been hearing about it, and I think for most people, I don't think that they're actually having a conversation when it comes to this, because there's preliminaries before this happens.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that kind of impresses me when it comes to people is the fact that you know what you already know what the catalyst was. Like, there was a build up for this. People know that.
Yeah.
They either just got lazy, they just got too goddamn complacent, or you got too goddamn comfortable. Now, I'm not saying that cheating is an acceptable behavior, because it's not. It's a character flaw.
Mm-hmm.
But after a while, though, the way that I look at cheating, the way that I look at it is kind of like this. And if we're particularly talking about men cheating, and I mentioned this in one of the episodes that I had, was when you have a child, do you starve your child from eating because you're pissed off at your child for doing something that you didn't like?
Most certainly not.
Right. So if that person that you're with is your best friend, the person that you love, why would you starve them? Why would you use that as a punishment against them? You don't really love that person. You never really did. Because then it's like you're eating your own words. So that's the thing that I don't understand with people. It's like sometimes I think people are just saying things just to say it, and they don't believe what it is that they're actually saying, or they're not walking in their truth in regards towards what they say.
Exactly.
If you're in that relationship with that person, you would not starve somebody of whatever it is that you know that they need and that they desire. Like, that's the craziest thing. It's counterintuitive. It's counterproductive. You're working against your best interest at heart. And I mean, damn near, it's almost like saying, hey, you know what? This house is burning and I don't care.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, again, like I said, like, I don't think the cheating is acceptable behavior at all. But there are tall tale signs that build and lead up to that, to where sometimes some people are like, I love you, but damn it, I'm not getting my needs met, so I might need to just go ahead and outsource this. Also, I will say this. I'll say this for the ladies. Ladies, listen, and just listen to this. If you want to be that man's everything, you have to supply that everything. You don't get to pick and choose when it's optional.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be that man's everything, then do it. If you think that's a hard task to measure up to, then y'all need to sit down and kind of work that out. Then, you know what I mean? Because it is impossible to be somebody's everything. Like, you're going to have some type of other outlet. But to be a person's everything, that is exhausting as shit. Excuse my language, but that's just exhausting. Nobody can be one person's everything. So that's all I just really wanted to say in regards towards it. But yeah, no, man, I definitely like this. And I think I was up here before when you had like a topic, man. But you definitely have some good topics, man, and conversations.
Oh, I truly appreciate you, and thank you for coming up too, because you gave a good insight on it. And did you say whether you feel like it's the woman's fault when men cheat?
So it's like half and half sometimes.
Okay,
because I think that sometimes women can literally they can literally block a man off to make it hard enough to where like it pushes him out the house. It makes it almost like it makes the home insufferable. It's like, well, if he can't be honest with you because you're going to shut him down or you're going to react in a very negative way, even if he tries to make the space for you, you are still combative, you are still argumentative, you still feel like your feelings are always right no matter what, and you need to be reaffirmed in your rightness and your feelings. That can be something that's tiring. And most men are like, you know what? They would rather lose the battle and win the war in a way. And so what I mean by that is they rather lose that battle right then and there with their wife and still maintain their marriage and their relationship. So this is why they step out. And again, like I said, it's morally like the character trait within itself, like it's flawed. Us as humans are flawed, but it's like sometimes I don't think ladies think outside themselves besides what it is that they want because they're willing to sacrifice anything for them to feel right and to have what they want in the moment. But I will say for some men, they do need to be able to articulate a hell of a lot better and communicate to the woman what it is that they actually want and what their desires are. Because it's kind of funny the way that women are. They are going to be upset in the beginning because they're just like, well, where is this coming from? Oh, you know, that's because it throws them off. You know what I mean? Because it throws off the routine. It throws all this other stuff off. You know what I mean? And you know, and then for some ladies, they're gonna be like, I ain't these sluts you see on porn. But it's like, come on, man, like give it a try. But if men mention it and just plant that idea in their head, give them about a day or two, and women will actually consider it and they'll talk about it. You know what I mean? But it just depends on that woman that you're actually with. So yeah, to me, I think it's 50-50.
Yeah, it's for those reasons though. Even the conversations that you're talking about them having, I feel like those are things that need to be discussed and hashed out at the beginning of the relationship when the foundation is being laid and when you're getting to know one another. Those are the kind of things that need to come up. It shocks me when people go through the dating stage and the engagement stage, and then once they get married, things start coming out where like, oh, you're not adventurous enough for me, or you don't do this for me. I'm like, that were they doing all of that before you proposed? I mean, how are some of these things just coming up once they get married? So I don't understand a lot of it when it's like that. And as far as pushing the man out and stuff like that, I mean, is that really a woman issue? Like, is that the woman's fault, or is it the man's fault for not communicating that and deciding to step out versus fix an issue?
So I'll say on that part, it depends on the man himself because sometimes some men need to not be in the same environment that caused him that stress. Like sometimes that's just how us as men are. Like if we're confined in if it's in a warehouse, like if a man's working in a warehouse or a mechanic place or whatever, typically men need to walk outside to get some air.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they need to just feel free. They don't feel like they don't want to be in the constraints or the confinement of what caused them that stress. So it's the same thing with home. You know what I mean? And they don't want to be reminded of that. And it's very hard to come to especially like for ladies, because once ladies get revved up, man, it's kind of like it's like a freaking California wildfire. You know what I mean? It's like you can't calm it down, and that's the thing that most men don't want to deal with because they're just like, there's nothing I can do and say in this moment to really handle this, and it's like it can be very overly stimulating, and it's like I can't think straight and I can't think clearly So I need to remove myself from this situation to be able to understand, to fully process what happened, to figure out how to be able to move forward from here. So I think for each man, it's different. Now, I remember talking to like a couple buddies in my circle that some of them will go to a different room in the house. And for some it works, for others it doesn't, because women, again, are very just like it's like sharks when it comes to like the emotional side of things, because it's just like she might follow you all around. Like she won't give you that space, and she probably won't give you that 1 hour piece that you need to simmer down and to actually process everything that actually happened, to be able to come back to go ahead and reconcile the situation. So for some men, it might be better for them to go ahead and just walk out of the house, maybe take a drive, maybe just walk around the neighborhood, and to be able to process things and to cool down. I mean, heck, little things really matter. Even the temperature in the house can matter, because maybe he needs to walk outside to cool off, literally.
Yeah.
Because it's cooler outside because he's already worked up. These little things actually matter, like in your human experience, especially like when you're with a person. So that's kind of like my thoughts when it comes to that, because when it comes to conflict resolution, I'm sorry, ladies, but y'all suck at that. And that's a part of emotional intelligence. And I find it kind of interesting that I hear ladies always preaching, I need a man with emotional intelligence. And I think you do get those men. It's just, I don't know if the critical thinking skills is there for them to notice that, hey, you actually do have that type of man. He's just not as, I don't know. The only thing I'm gonna just say, man, it's hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very hard, and I don't think women understand the position sometimes that, and this isn't going for all men, but there's particular men of quality that are able to actually have the emotional intelligence and also the emotional maturity to dialogue and be able to dissect and to digest everything that's actually going on, to handle himself and her too. So yeah, no, like all in all, to answer your question, just to go ahead and shorten that up and wrap it up. Yeah, no, I think that women can be the cause of that, depending on the woman that he's actually with when it comes to that. And I think that some women can be a bit of an influence when it comes to pushing that man out of the home, because you're quarrelsome.
Yeah.
Like you're making the home uncomfortable. You're making the home to where it isn't safe at all. If that man has to defend himself from you in your own house that you're supposed to feel comfortable in, you're done. That's it. Like, your relationship is going to be hard from there on out.
Well, you definitely have said a mouthful, and we have Miss Hunt just jumping and biting at the bit to get back up here. So I think she probably has some things to say to some of your points. Please stay around, because if you want to, rebuttal whatever she has to say, or if you just want to come back a little bit later, please hop back up. But I'm gonna give her an opportunity to speak on whatever she wanted to speak on, and she may have some things to, say toward what you said.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll hang around.
All right, I appreciate you, brother. And Miss Hunt is coming back in Trey Chew 1.
Back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
So what did you feel about
Listen, I got my hand up. I'm like, wait, me. Listen, he is right.
Yeah.
You hear me? Listen, ladies, I listen to a lot of men talk now. He is right.
Now, what specifically do you think he was right about?
Because we can be pains in the ass. We want men to talk to us. We want them to be sensitive. We want to hear what they're saying. We want to tell the truth. And when they're doing it, we like, shut the fuck up. That's a lie. That's not it. You don't understand me. It's what I want. Blah, blah, blah. That's exactly what it is.
I would have to agree with that. 'Cause I've been in a situation like that before.
Listen, you can be a person's, like he said, they want you to be their everything, not exactly everything, but be their peace. Be their peace.
Glory,
I mean,
yes.
if they're worth it, like if they're a butthole, they're a piece of garbage. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Here's what I hear a lot of, and I want y'all to speak up tonight, okay? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You don't agree, whatever.
Oh, we got two waiting.
Listen.
But get your thought out though.
When I hear these women, girls, whatever say, I'm not finna play wifey, and I'm not, this, that, and the other. Like, you get what I'm saying? But at some point, you got to get some training in there, baby.
Yep.
You got to get some training in there. You want this man, he's a good man, but you treat him like shit. You won't do nothing for him, like I said earlier. You won't even cook the man a meal. At least put something in the microwave.
I gotta eat.
Listen, period. He at work all day. He's working hard. He come home tired. He trying to talk to you and tell you what's going on. You giving, and just like he just said, you giving him the same shit he getting at work. Or again, I've already said I won't disclose to my next person what's happened to me in my past relationship. And again, I don't treat the next person bad because the last person treated me such and such way. But if he does explain, well, this is what my last girl did to me and whatever, yeah, I just don't want that done to me. And they say, oh, I never did that to you. And they turn around and do the exact same thing.
Mm.
And it's like he said, you don't punish a person because you're mad in your feelings. Punish them and just push them out the house. You pushing them to go do something with somebody else. You could be pushing them to drink, whatever. And he said half and half. I say okay. I just said a lot of times it's more men cheating women. But if you listen to people talk, women, like, we something else.
Hey, I'm not gonna disagree with you because I'm not gonna disagree with you because I you know more about what women do and the way they think. Probably, I'm pretty sure more than I do. I speak for the most parts from the men's point of view because I'm a man. I know that inside and out. And though a lot of times men think they know women completely, we don't. We know the women that we have encountered or had relationships with, but as a whole, you would know more about the woman's point of view than I would. But as far as women being a trip, yeah, some of y'all are. Some of y'all can be quite trippy. But you're gonna have to stay there because we got two women waiting to come up here, and I'm anxious and curious to hear what they have to say on this as well.
Okay. All right.
First, we're gonna have Miss Charmaine come up right now. Then we'll have Tammy come up after her. Charmaine will be speaking in 1 second. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Your mic is muted. If you're saying anything, the good people nor I can't hear you. You may have to drop and come back. I heard you say hello, but then it showed your mic being muted. So
I think I'm back.
Okay, there you go. I was just about to doggone.
I got a new phone yesterday, so I'm still trying to figure out how to work it.
Oh, okay. I got you. So what do you have to say about the topic or anything that you've heard thus far?
So I've always had a lot of male friends more than females. And I've heard different stories about how females are and just what caused them. Because I talk to them and I ask questions and pretty much want to know how a man thinks or why a man thinks a certain way. And I get half of why and half of why they two different sides. So basically, one side is the man cheated. he got caught cheating, and it was just because they were, that's just, she didn't do anything wrong. It's just he got caught basically. But they decided to work it out in the relationship. He stayed. She, was, hey, I'm going to go ahead and work this out. But at the time of working out, she still has not let it go. So she still has the anger towards him because of what he did. So then it causes the friction between the relationship, because now it's everything. If he goes over here, oh, well, why are you going over there? Or you're going over there because you're going to go see somebody. Or you're going over here because of that. So that now he's like, okay, well, I thought we were moving forward, but you're still stuck here. So now it causes him to just be like, okay, you know what? Like, she's on me for no reason because I'm trying to actually work it out. And then she's nagging me all the time. So now he just then says, okay, well, I'm going to be accused of cheating. I might as well just go cheat. If that's what she feels. So then you have that side of the story. But then you have other men who actually say that their wife's past trauma she brought it with her. And she never healed from the past trauma. So if he goes somewhere, and I guess he took a little too long, she's already questioning and asking what's going on. And he's like, well, I was stuck in traffic because there was an accident, let's say. And she's like, now don't believe him and looking him sideways. And now he's just like, okay. Or he leaves the ketchup on the table. And she's like, why didn't you put the ketchup on the table? And he was like, oh, because, I was going to put it away eventually, but right now, or why are you sleeping? You're supposed to be folding clothes. What are you doing? And so it's just like, okay, she keeps nagging me, like, what is going on? And after a while, the man gets tired.
Yeah.
And I tell my friends, all the females, that I always tell, men are simple. They're the simplest creatures. We're the ones that are a little bit more complicated. But men are simple. It's A, B, and C. Women, we're all over the place. We might be in A, we might skip to D and be on Z. We're all over the place because of that's just how we are. We're emotional creatures. We're emotional, so you just never know what you're going to get. Sometimes we're good, sometimes we're sad, sometimes we're happy. You just don't ever know. And it's rough on them. And I tell my guy friends all the time, like, I don't even know how you guys can deal with women. There ain't no way I could be a guy and deal with a woman. I said, I probably want to slit my wrist because we're emotional, and that's just how we are. We're just emotional. And I feel bad for the guys that have to deal with emotional, an emotional person, and but they always say, well, we just go to another room and watch the game or just get away, like how they were mentioning earlier. It's just to get away, just to get out of the area, so it won't become a big thing. But so there's kind of two things on it. But a lot of my friends that I talk to, they do kind of amp it up a little bit more. It might be a little small thing, and they take it to the whole different degree. And the guy's like, that's all it was. It's just a catch up. Now all of a sudden she don't want to talk to me for a week because I didn't put the ketchup away. Now she ignoring me. Now she don't want to be intimate with me and all this other stuff. And other guys like, it was just ketchup. Like, that's all it was. And now she's spazzing out. And so we have those type of women too. So some of them just do it just because of past relationships, or they want to be the man. And I always tell my friends too, and the guys, I was like, I understand that us females nowadays, we have to do a lot on our own, as far as, we do more than how back in the day, where men have their role, women has their role. A lot of women were single, so we got to now take a little bit of the man's role as far as, taking care of little man stuff. But when you get in a relationship, you still have to let the man be a man to an extent. I'm not saying like crazy stuff, but, let the man be a man and the woman be a woman. Now, you do, of course, share responsibilities, do a little house chores together or whatever, and not say like the woman's slave in the house and the man outside doing everything else. But you still have to let a man be a man and a woman be a woman. And a lot of the times, the women want to be the man. So you can't have two men living in the same household because then they're going to have friction. And that's a lot of what my friends do too. If they want to be dominant, just like how he is, oh, well, I'm going to tell him off and he's going to do me, and they're just bumping heads. And now they're bumping heads. Now he ends up cheating, and she's mad at everything that he does. If he looks a certain way, she's mad at because he's looking a certain way. And so it's a whole bunch of different levels. But at the end of the day, it's half and half. It's the women's, but at the same time, at the beginning of a relationship, if a man caused it because they were not being faithful, and the woman caught him not being faithful, and pretty much that's why she acts a certain way, then that's on him because he did that to her. She should just not get in the relationship or get back in the relationship with him if she still has that emotional scar of him, cheating on her.
Yeah.
So it's just a whole bunch of different, but at the end of the day, majority of the time, it is women. And
Okay.
We're full of emotions. I mean, we're full of just emotions, and guys aren't, they're simple, they're basic. They want a basic and they want a simple life.
I got you.
That's all they want.
What-
They just want eat, sleep, be happy, and watch TV.
Well, I tell you this. That is, ladies and gentlemen, that is two women that we have that have said either 50-50 or it's the woman's fault. Now we got another woman that's going to come up now, and we'll see what she has to say about this. Thank you so much for your input,
All right.
Miss Charmaine.
All right, no problem.
All right, talk to you soon. All right, now we got Miss Tammy that's going to come up. Let's see what she has to say about this. And I still have to give my answer on whether I feel like it's a woman's fault when men cheat or not. But Miss Tammy, how are you?
Good evening. I'm well. How are you?
I'm Dandy Schmandy. Don't call me Randy.
I won't. Good evening to everyone else. Okay. Now I'm gonna start this off like this. I'm a perfection. I'm perfection. You look up the name Tammy, what it means? Perfect. That's for all you men out there. Get it? Okay. Now, to answer your question, is it the woman's fault when men cheat? My response, no. I know that's gonna ruffle some fellas. No. Now let me elaborate on why I feel that way. Now, it might not be for everybody, but my opinion. I feel like if a man want to do something, they gonna do it anyway, regardless. It ain't gonna matter what you do. And I'm gonna tell you why. I have been in a situation where I was cheated on. Now, I didn't do a darn thing. I a homebody, didn't really go out, took care of the kids, cook, clean, whatever. I never checked his phone, never questioned him where he going, none of that stuff. And he still cheated. Now, that threw me for a loop. So that let me know right there, okay, well, dang. Wasn't not my fault. I didn't do anything. There's a lot of times where women don't have to do anything, and vice versa. Men don't have to do anything. If a person want to do something, it's because they want to do it anyway. It's just something they want to do. So when I asked this person, like, okay, well, what did I do? What made you want to go out there and cheat? And he would say, man, it wasn't your fault. I was just stupid. I made up some dumb decisions. I made a bad decision. He's like, and quite frankly, you really too good for me because you don't never question nothing. You just let me be free. So in his eyes, I was too lenient because I never checked nothing, did anything. So it's like, okay, well, dang, I can really get over on her.
So he basically was saying you gave him too much freedom.
Yeah. Basically, that's what it was. So that made me think, like, now what in the world? Now, which one is it? Do you guys want a woman that's simple and easy and plain and don't bother you, or do you want the drama? Now, Just Be a Man podcast, you right. Once you get me revved up, you right. Ain't no piping me down. So I get that. Ain't no piping me down that easy. Let me tell you why. It's because if I go ahead and if I have suspicion, because like he said, telltale signs be already there. If I have suspicions, if I see you turning your phone over all the time around me, or you keep it in your pocket, or suspicions. If suspicions are there, and I ask you, I say, "Hey, is there something going on? Is you seeing somebody else?" You say no. Okay. Another instance might come around, and I said again, "Hey, is something going on? Because you awfully different." And you say, "No, everything good. I'm all good." And then when you get caught, and I find out, that's the part where it's no piping me down. So yes, I'm gonna I'm revved up then. Of course, ain't no talking in, and ain't no trying to reason nothing. No, I don't want to reason nothing in. Nah, you finna see a whole nother beast come out now because I asked you. Now, not every woman is that way. So I can't say that a lot of women are combative. Yeah, you have some that are, but I'm speaking from my opinion, and I'm not going to get revved up if you now. Okay, this is another thing. Now, if you feel like you're gonna go ahead and cheat, okay, well, first, shouldn't you have a conversation with me to say, look, you ain't doing this, and I wish we could, go a little outside the box and this. Have those conversations at least first.
Yeah, if communicate.
You know what I'm saying? That's fair. Because if you don't, and you just go out there and cheat, you wanted to do that anyway. That ain't on me. That's not on me. Sorry. So don't. Now, if I don't have no clue that I'm doing nothing wrong or I'm not doing enough, how is that my fault? You didn't open your mouth. Did you show open your mouth for anything else? So if you don't open your mouth and say that to me, then of course I'm going to be emotional because I'm wondering what the heck is going on. Like, what is the problem?
Because you'll be confused.
Yeah.
And confusing. Yeah.
At least have those conversations with people. At least say, look here. Now, it might hurt feelings. It might. But at least you're being honest. You got to, hey, look, it's getting a little bit boring. Is any way we can such and such because I really want us to work. It's a way that you talk to females. Because yes, some of us can be emotional. So it's a way that you talk to it. I talk to us like, I really want us to work, and can we do this or this? Or can you such and such? And then if she get combative over that, then something wrong, she just cray. Because everybody need to be able to talk. That's the part of being communicating and being in a relationship. Because it might be something that I want you to do different, or I want you to start doing. Like, it's time. I might say, look, can you I need you to start giving me a little more time. You're always doing this and that. Now, if I don't have no time, and I'll say that, if, and I put it out there, if I'm not getting enough time, I can't, we might have to go to the park. There ain't no reason for me to cheat. I'm just going to say, then we don't need to be together. Then we need to separate. Because you don't go ahead and do what you want to do. Okay, say for a lot of them say women make them cheat. They this and that. Okay, well then leave her alone. Why would you go out there and cheat and then come back to it then? You just said she was all this stuff. Just leave her alone, period. Because I know somebody right now, a man in a bad relationship, poor thing. I mean, when I tell you this woman treat him like a dog, she don't work, don't help him do nothing. And then she'll come and take his money to go spend it on the other dude that she's sitting on the side with. She don't cook for him. She don't talk to him like her dog. And I'm saying to myself, wow, why don't he just leave? But I don't know if you're afraid of her or what, but this situation has been going on for quite some time, about 15 years, I think.
Jeez.
So
he cheated.
Yeah, so he not
Yeah,
doing that. She is.
He cheated too.
But okay, why don't people just leave each other alone then?
Sometimes it's like I was saying earlier, sometimes the pros outweigh the cons. Like there are certain times, depending on the relationship and depending on how you feel about a person, sometimes you may not like everything that they're doing, but you don't like it to the point where you totally want to be separated from that person. Yeah, it's a sad thing in this world here, but but
I don't get that. Like,
yeah.
So to answer your question, is the woman's not in my opinion. No, I feel like you want to do that anyway. Now, for a woman, it's like he said, constantly, she constantly on his back. He get on for work and he can't get no peace, and he this and that. Well, that's no reason she leave her alone.
Yeah,
go your own way.
And I feel
that's just what I'm saying. But and like I said, they can go both ways. But I think a man can be simple and all this and that, but some of them just be wanting to do stuff anyway. I mean, it don't matter what you do. You can be. It doesn't matter. Well, even women too. It's like I said, it's vice versa. But I'm not gonna sit here and take the blame for something I know I ain't doing wrong. I'm not. Not that other like y'all want to do it. I'm not gonna take that blame because I know me and I know what I'm capable of doing. And like I say, if I am doing something that you consider not enough or wrong, let me know. I'm not going to be combative if you let me know. If you sit and talk to me honestly, and it's the way you come at me with it too. It's the way you say it. Then I'm just like, oh, okay, then shoot, no problem. Okay, let's try this. We can do that, or I'll start doing this more, or I'll give you some more time. I'll start, blah blah blah. That's easy fix to me.
Yeah.
That's easy. But if, like I said, if you out here doing stuff and I got suspicions and I ask you over and over, I ask you and you still telling lies, and then it come out, oh yeah, we finna have just be a man podcast. We finna have a World War IV.
Well, hey, it's funny that you were responding to him because he's up next. He's so I'm anxious to hear what he has to say too, because I know he's had a chance now to hear you and Charmaine and Miss Hunt come up here, so he's probably got some good stuff to come at that with. But yeah, you stay down there too, though. So hey, if you want to come back up, just come back up. But now we're gonna get Just a Man podcast back up here. Okay. All right. And he'll be on, and y'all know how it goes. 3 more seconds. I'm not counting down. You'll know when he start talking. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you know what? This is good. I'll be honest with you. Like this is real good because these are conversations we need to have without it really being bickering. Like it
exactly
hashed out. Like this really needs to be hashed out. So I will affirm the last 2 ladies in regards to words. There are some men who cheat because they can. Some men do, and some men think that, the woman that's doing the things that they're doing, it's not significant enough or special or particular to him that he can find another woman that can do the exact same thing that you're doing. And so that's why I said, like, I'll reassure and I will affirm the ladies in the thought process when it comes to those type of men in particular. Now, for the last speaker, right, for what she had mentioned, she said going to war. That's funny. So in regards to what she had mentioned, like when it comes to I think the challenge is when it comes to like you can't. So I think it's very, to a degree, I think it's disingenuous to control how somebody communicates something to you, because you can take it any type of way you want to take it. Somebody could put it in 15 different forms into 17 different ways, and it might not be good enough to you, because you're picking and choosing what actually, like, how you want it to be, and that's not how it is. So this would be no different than if like you were at work and you probably didn't like the feedback that somebody like the manager gave you. Now, are you going to talk to them and ask them to give you the feedback in a different way? It depends on the type of person that you probably are. Now, if you're not afraid of losing that job, then, well, yeah, of course, you're not going to give a crap. If you're afraid of losing that job, you're going to give a crap. So this is the same thing that goes in your relationship sometimes. It's like sometimes, how about you sit and listen? Stop being hard-headed. Listen. Just listen. Regardless if you like it or not. It's going to make you feel uncomfortable. Growth is uncomfortable.
That's facts.
It just comes with it, and it's okay. It's all right. Like, and I get it that ladies always want to say communication. And it's like, well, if we always keep talking about communication, and then you already seen the signs beforehand before it even led up to the situation getting worse, why don't you say nothing? Like, y'all as ladies are supposed to be the better communicators than us as men, yet for some reason in that area, it's dragging. Like, it's lacking. Like, and it's, and I know that us as men need to be the leaders and to say certain things, but to be very honest with you, and I said this to my lady before, and I was like, well, to be honest with you, babe, so I was like, if you don't say nothing, I'm going to think that everything is good.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not going to sit here and assume and sit here and play Carmen Sandiego with your feelings. Like, I'm supposed to catch all the hints and all the freaking riddles and body language and the huffing and the puffing. Like, no, that's childish. That's childish. It's like I'm supposed to catch those little hints that your little temper tantrums. No, we're grown adults. We're too grown for this. Like, use your words. Talk, communicate. But back to her point in regards towards like those differences, let's just say the needs not being met, because she mentioned something about it was a speaker before her mentioned that men want to be fed and so forth. Also, don't forget the sexual needs too, or intimacy needs. Let me take that back, because there are intimacy needs that men want, and at its most basic core, sex is just like kind of like anger. Like the way with us as men. Like sometimes there's some men who are unable to articulate their emotions. So the denominator is anger. So it's the same thing with sex. Sex is like the denominator, but he just doesn't know how to maybe articulate it in the intimacy part, because that's his closeness to you is to have sex with you. And that's what's missing. He probably wants to touch you. He probably wants to be intimate with the person that he's living with and taking care of and providing for, but just being a witch, man. Like, and that's crazy. Like, men want to love you, and you're making it hard. And it's like, well, if you're making this harder than what it needs to, and I have particular needs, and my needs aren't a priority, but I'm making your needs a priority, then now you're making me feel like a second, third class citizen in my own home. And this is crazy. This doesn't make sense. And this is just me speaking for the actual quality men that are out here. And I'm not talking about the shitty ones who's out there, because I've been around them.
Yeah.
And I know, excuse my language, but I've been around some of those men. And I mean, it is what it is. We as men can't control other men, but we can control what we deal with and our access and so forth with other men. Like, hey, bro, I can't do business with you. Hey, bro, I can't rock with you. I got to cut off resources because I don't move like that. I don't like your behavior. I don't like your morality. I don't like, your character traits. Nah, like, we're good. That's the closest thing that we can do when it comes to that as men now. But yeah, as far as like in the in-home, yeah, man, it's a lot, man. And like, I know that sometimes ladies try to make it sound as simple as what it is, but it's like, y'all make it sound simple, but when men try to do it, the outcome isn't as simple as what it is we think it is. Just the fact that it's a lot, man. It's just a lot. You know what I mean? On us as men, and I just don't think that ladies understand beyond their own perspective and their own lens sometimes.
But see, that's why I always say, and that's another reason why I feel like it's so important for people, if they're going to be in any type of relationship that's going to go anywhere, and that's going to take time from both parties, like something that they're trying to build to where there's years going to be invested, then it's always best to get to know the person as best you can in those beginning stages. Because I feel like for the most part, and it hasn't always been this way, but this is a point that I'm at now, whereas I can pretty much create the atmosphere that I desire. And I've put this to the test of having, being in a situation with a woman, and she may want to be rah or just not listening and just have a tornado inside of the house. But we as men also have the power to change that atmosphere if we so desire. But you have to know who you're with in order to know how to do that. See, in these kind of situations where people are with people and the person goes off and they don't know how to calm them down, and they just have to go elsewhere, and they feel like they're gonna pull their hair out and all this other kind of stuff, then I would ask, do you really know the person that you're with inside and out? And that's not saying that you'll be able to fix every single situation, but for the most part, there shouldn't be, in a committed relationship where there's love there shouldn't be more rainy days than sun rays, in my opinion.
No, those are good points. Those are definitely good points, and I think and I agree with that in regards towards like there shouldn't be that many rainy days, because one thing I can say with us and our community, we're very good at turning negatives into positives, but for some freaking reason, relationships just we you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
the Achilles heel, like we just can't apply the same mindset to that. But I'll say this though, especially like in relationships in particular, people change.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with the changes are, I don't know why people have a hard time either adapting with each other or processing the change with each other. Because, and I always say this, and I mentioned this before, like with the Michelle Obama thing. Like, she mentioned that she did not like her husband for 10 years.
Yep.
She said that she did not like her husband for 10 years. And a lot of times ladies are quick to want to write the man that they're with off the minute something doesn't go the way they want it to go, when it makes them uncomfortable or when it makes them unhappy. And I always hear a lot of sad stories from ladies when it comes to relationships, and it's like, you're really painting, like, I don't know, not to get too far into the relationship side of things like that, but as far as like to just bring it kind of back, as far as like to the cheating side, there's needs being neglected, and they're not being paid attention to. And I implore ladies and men also, you know what I mean, especially us, but I do implore ladies is that if you know the business of celebrities and other people's relationship more than your own, you got an issue. You need some self-reflection. Like, you got to pay, like, again, like if your partner is of value to you, if that is your legit, I'm putting air quotes up, quote unquote best friend, why aren't you paying attention to the changes and the needs that are actually there? Like, I think for us, is like, I know for me, like, sometimes I can get outside myself when it comes to my lady and just do certain things to really like bring up the mood. And you made a great point when you mentioned, as far as like, we can change the thermostat, you know what I mean, of the place. You know what I mean? Like, we can, like, us as men, we can really change the mood like pretty quick, even though women might be upset in the moment, but you can actually disarm women with love.
Oh yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yes.
Like, it's very simple. It's very, like, I will piss my woman off, in particularly just because I'm just goofy like that, and I know how to hit buttons, and I'm articulate and logical at that. But then I'll just hug her and I'll kiss her, or I'll pick her up or something, and it just melts all that shit away. Like, and it's kind of funny to kind of see it, but a lot of ladies are actually like that. You know what I mean? Like, in a moment, you can heat them the hell up, and then you can just look at her while she's just yelling at you, and you can say, God damn, look at your lips, though.
Yeah. And
that'll throw her the hell off. And she will melt right there. Like, what?
Splash waterfalls.
But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, but these are just different things, but like, it just depends on the relationships within themselves. But it's like, I don't know. A lot of times the cheating isn't just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It isn't. It's a buildup. And people are just either lazy, or you're just not attentive enough to the person that you're with to either make a change, or you're just not afraid to lose that person.
There you go.
That person might not be of value to you to where you care enough about it. Like, that's what it seems like.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my spiel.
Well, again, I appreciate your spiel. We have two other women waiting to come on that were up here earlier, so I'm sure they have more to add, and they may have even something to add from what you said. We got Miss Hunt and Miss Charmaine back up here. Miss Hunt was here first, so I'm gonna let her go, and then after that, Miss Charmaine can speak. And if you want to come back up, Just a Man Podcast, please feel free to do so.
Okay.
All right, appreciate you. All right, we got Miss Hunt. I'm gonna light me another incense, y'all, because I'm feeling real good. I like how this is going tonight. So I appreciate everybody that's in here and everybody that's coming up. Ms. Hunt, go ahead. You got the floor.
Listen, I'm not coming up no more. I want you to leave me alone. You harassing me. I'm just kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Listen. Oh God. I'm sorry.
You good?
Okay. When I move, I'm like Tammy. I'm not perfect. Don't get me wrong. I'm not perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But I take inventory.
Yeah.
Of me, if that makes sense to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I've been almost every kind of woman except for cheating. In every relationship different. I've been the bitch. I was married. I didn't want to do nothing for him. Period. I ain't even gonna lie. He did go out and get another girl. I was like, well, I deserve that, to a certain extent.
When you were married?
Yeah, when I was married, I didn't want to do nothing for him.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't want to do nothing for him. Number one, I married him for the wrong reason.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be better than his mama. I'm gonna show these, I'm a married boy. I knew I should never marry him. I knew it. I loved him, or I thought I did. I mostly cared about him, but I didn't want to do nothing for him. This man couldn't even get a pack of cigarettes.
Goodness gracious.
Cussed him out, wouldn't give him no cooler cat, all it. Okay.
Dang.
So as years progressed, I said, listen, I'm not keeping a man. And all that, it's not my fault. Yes, it was. Okay. So I took inventory, start paying attention to me and how I was talking, how I was walking, how I was looking, everything. You know what I'm saying? Expecting a man or a woman, but mostly men, because women don't communicate. We talk a lot.
Yeah.
But expect a man just to come to you every day and tell you what they need and what they want when you're with them and you say you are in love with them. Y'all should have a dialogue all the time. At least sit down once a week and say, okay, we're going to, have a date night, or let's sit down at the table and we're going to write down a list of what we do and do not like about each other. I'm watching him, how he moves and what he likes. The eyelashes on his eyes, the way his nose hairs come out, how his toenails look. I pay attention to every detail. So I don't have to ask questions. So I'll know how he likes to be touched, how he likes to be talked to. When you start with, instead of arguing, when you say, okay, say Salih, you tell me, look, I need 10 minutes to myself. And instead of being like, why you need 10 minutes? When I see you getting aggravated, this is what I do. I'll say, Salih, baby, do you need me to give you some time? A few minutes? A couple of hours. Now, I'm not like living in the same house or whatever, we just date. You want me to not call you or text you for a couple of days? You reach out to me. Because I see there's something going on. And I'm not going to press you into telling me when you say, I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm going to give you time to come to me and then be able to articulate and tell me what it is that's going on.
Now, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
And I hate to slice your words. I had to jump in here before I forgot it, though. Now, with what you just said, is that because, would you attribute that to learning your partner and really building something solid, or is that just the type of woman you are, period, anyway?
Both. It's the type of woman I am deep, but every man doesn't deserve that.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It's like he said, you don't give it to the shitty ones,
Uh-huh.
But the ones who have potential, who really, are going to be something, or you believe they are, because like I told you about my last one, I thought, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
Still some very, very, very good qualities. Don't get me wrong, even though it was a little bit of a problem, very, very good qualities. Okay, but it's still things that I have to work on. We weren't going to be together. Okay, I got to build myself even better and better for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Predictability, baby. They like drama. Men like drama. I don't care what you say. Every now and then you want your head knocked between washing and drying.
Not this one. I can't stand that shit.
If I listen. If I go to work, this is what I do. I go to work, I come home. I lay up in this damn bed with about 18 pillows on the other side of the bed and papers, and I don't watch TV. and my man knew where I was at all times. Okay,
Yeah.
answer the phone on a second of a ring. Hey, text right back. Yeah, I'm being honest though.
Yeah.
Text right back. You know what I'm saying? Lost weight. Want to keep up. We're gonna look good as a couple together. Make sure I'm soft spoken sometimes. Blah 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 blah. Guess what?
What happened?
I asked him about it. I asked him because I'm looking at the exes. And I'm like, darn, some of them I wish I could be thugged out, which I do got in me. Don't get me wrong, but I'm too old. You understand?
Yeah.
To be out here trying to butt heads. But my thing is, I ask, like, do you like the fact that I'm predictable? And the answer was yes and no. Because predictability gets boring as hell. Men want spontaneity. I know if I come in the room, I want to see you with your Timbs and your drawers and your white socks on sometimes. You get what I'm saying?
I feel you.
I'm used to you coming in, you already got your pajamas and your white beater, your basketball shorts. Let me come in the room and you ain't got on nothing but a thong and a thong and some Timbs and you got the music playing in the rose in your mouth. Baby, let's do it. You understand? Because I'm like bored with what we're doing.
Yeah.
I'm bored, and I should know that about him, and he should know that about me.
Mm-hmm.
We have that dialogue, and again, take self-inventory. Just because, and Tammy, I'm not saying nothing wrong, because I'm just like you, baby. But all that arguing, all that fussing and nagging, as long as you in the same house with me, you ain't even got to be up under me.
Yeah.
If you're in the room, and it's that following them around everywhere, clingy. They don't clingy women sometimes, most of the time, but then they need that clinginess sometimes.
Sometimes,
and
yep.
if you don't call them and say, hey, what you doing? You don't talk to them all day because they want the peace. Sometimes they want you to call them and be like, hey, what you doing? How are you? If I could go on and on.
Yeah.
I just can't for the life of me. Men are different from women, and you don't have to baby them up, but sometimes you have to be just a little bit more sensitive with them.
Yeah, and I think from what you just said about the calling and checking on them, I think for the most part, men love that when it's from a genuine place. Like when we know that the woman is asking because she genuinely cares and just checking on us. But a lot of times men have been in situations where the women give them that, but they're giving them that because they're trying to keep tabs on them, or they think they might be doing some dirt and stuff like that. So it's not coming from a genuine place.
Exactly. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're watching all their girlfriends.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I'm listening to all my girlfriends. Listen, stop listening to these women.
Stop listening to them.
Listen, no. If they are married, you know what I'm saying, and they have like Goddess. Where's she at? I know she's here somewhere.
Goddess Zuri.
19 years. Yeah, you done kept somebody, babe. I can't keep nobody longer than 5 or 7 years. Let me tell you. If you done kept somebody 19 years, 9 times out of 10, he ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? But stop talking to. I talk to men. I've learned. I talk to men because men gonna know why they do stuff more than a woman will.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna come up with all kind of nonsense. Men are gonna know, and I've learned that. With that, like Charmaine said, I talk to them and tell them, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. They want to talk, we just ain't listening. And
Charmaine is actually up next, and I still have to. I still haven't given my take on if I feel like it's a woman's fault if men cheat, and I'm in no rush to do it. I'm gonna do it, but I'm enjoying the dialogue. I'm enjoying everything you guys are saying. I'm enjoying how, like a man's podcast said, how it's respectful and everyone is getting their points out without anyone feeling like it's a direct attack. And I love to see men and women come together and figure these things out and talk about these things, because as you know, and which I see it on a daily basis, you see so many of these platforms where it's like man versus woman all the time. And I'm like, good grief, do we really hate each other that much?
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, so
I want this from every, both sides. Like, oh shit, I do that. Okay,
Yep.
Charmaine said if you do, and then he said, okay, let me try that. Just keep trying different things, But I'm gonna get off so she can talk. I'm sorry.
You good?
Go
You
ahead.
good? Don't be sorry. She's coming up right now. And then after Charmaine, we're gonna have my man podcast come back up. There
Hello?
she is. Yes, you're here.
All right. Everyone on here has had really, really good points and stuff that I've seen with my friends that their relationships that's happened. Everyone that's spoken so far, I've heard of those scenarios. So everybody have brought in good points to the table. But I was going to ask you, do you think a lot of it is the beginning of the relationship when they're first date, the dating phase, the going out phase, the getting to know you phase? People don't take the time to actually get to know the person before they already want to commit and they want to get married because they're excited because they're in love, but not really take the time to know the person, and once they get into that marriage stage, now they're living together and now it's, oh, he does this too, it bothers me, or she does this and it bothers me. And if you really get to know the person from the beginning, you kind of can see when, this person right here, we sit at the table and he's eating with his mouth open. You see stuff like that at the beginning, but you're like, I'm just gonna ignore it. He's a nice guy and everything else is perfect, but I just hate the way he chews with his mouth open. And you ignore little signs like that. Within when you get married, it becomes annoying, and then that's when she starts lashing out. Well, you did this and you didn't do this, and now you're doing this. And then the guy's like, okay, well, why didn't you say something? I've been doing this, and now it becomes a fight. So a lot of it, I believe, is from the root of the relationship, where it can cause a lot of ruckus later on through the years, where we do a lot of that, where we just kind of push stuff under the rug because it's not a big deal. But it will become a big deal when that person is just really, you're not getting along with that person, or he's doing something or she's doing something that you don't like, and all of a sudden it's going to come out the rug and you're going to throw that at her or at him just because you're already annoyed with him.
Well, I absolutely believe it's what you said. People don't take the time in the beginning. And I also think that a lot of times people get into these relationships without fully understanding what a relationship entails. Because people look at Disney World and it looks good from the outside. They're like, oh, I want to go to Disney. Everybody want to go to damn Disney World, until you get out there and see the square footage of it, and you got to walk around in the heat, and you got all the 1,000 other people bumping into you and stuff like that. So people don't understand and do their research on what relationships are and what marriages are. They just like the building, but don't understand what the furniture is. And so I think that's a lot of the problem. And we all have done it. We all have done it. Some of us are still doing it. But everything is like a microwave. Now, everybody wants to start a job today and be a manager next month. People want to get in a relationship today and be couples goals next week and married in 2 months. Everything is so fast. It's even though we know that life is quote unquote short, life can be long depending on how you're living it. Because if you have 100 different things around you that you're focusing on, that you're trying to be involved with, or that you're allowing in your space, that really at the end of the day don't matter worth 2 peanuts on a squirrel's ass, then life is going to seem short. But if you take the time to smell the roses and listen to your partner and like the dimples and the dents and the beer bellies or whatever the case may be, because their personality is so bomb to where they make you feel like you're on top of the world, then things slow down. We speed stuff up.
Yep, that's true. And when I used to be, when I was younger, I used to be that type of person that if you moved a little weird, I'm like, let me just go. Because I really didn't like what you were doing. So I'm like, I was always that type. I was quick to just be like, I'm going this way. I'm not going to be in the relationship. And sometimes I feel like, man, I should have just kept it up. But at the same time, I wasn't listening.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I was not listening to the person. Like, let's say if we were going to go out on a date, the person never called, didn't show up. I'm like, oh, okay. Guess what? I'm blocking numbers. It's like I fell off the face of the earth. And he has no chance to tell me he's sorry or what happened because I didn't want to hear it. Because in my eyes, I'm like, you messed up. You only get one chance and that's it. Because that's how I was protecting myself from getting hurt or just protecting myself, period. So my thing is, you got one chance, one strike, you out, not 3 strikes. I don't wait no 3 times, I just 1 time. Then I say, okay, Charmaine, you can't be doing that because you have to learn yourself.
Yep.
You have to do that in order for you to have, a communication skills, I guess, with the other person. And so I had to say, okay, Charmaine, you know what? Don't be quick to just put somebody in the corner and light a match. It's like you have to see what they say first.
Yeah.
Listen to what they say because one of their family members could have been in the emergency room and they went and took off and just didn't have time to think. And they were going to call me the next day and apologize. So this is what happened. But I never gave that chance because I already just was like, no, they're wrong for what they did. And that's it. So I had to pull myself back and say, okay, listen to what they had to say. Then from there, you make your decision whether it's a good decision, it's a good, or the reason why, if it's a valid or if it's not valid, and you just take it for what it is. You pick and choose which side you're going to take, or which lie, if it's not a lie, and how many chances you're going to give. We give so many chances all the time to people that we feel like they didn't deserve that chance, but I'm going to give them this chance only one more time, and one more time becomes a whole bunch of times, But I had to learn for myself. I had to learn myself in order to be able to give somebody the best of me. Because if I don't learn myself and know my triggers and what upsets me, what makes me happy, the other person's not going to be able to even come close to making me happy or the triggers that I have, because I don't give them a chance to get to know me. So that's why I went back to getting to know somebody, but you first have to get to know yourself to be able to have a healthy relationship. I have a friend that I can communicate about anything, and sometimes he might take me off and I'll be like, look, I won't say it right there and then, because right there and then I might be heated. And if I'm heated, my tongue might slash your throat. So I just was like, okay, you know what, Charmaine, just not today. Yeah. Wait till you calm down and you're able to actually speak to that person with a calm voice, so that way they can hear you. Because if you don't speak to them in a regular voice like how I'm speaking to you, they're not going to hear you. If you're yelling, they're going to put the wall up and they're ready to just box you. So in order for me to be able to bring my point across to you, we both have to be in the same level environment. I can't be mad, and then all of a sudden I bring you up to my rise, and then we're both just yelling at each other. So I wait a few days, and I think about how I'm going to tell you this. And maybe that's a good thing, and maybe it's not. But I have to think about it, because the way I say things might come out offensive. So I think, and sometimes I might call a friend and be like, "Hey, how do you think I should word this? Because I know how I'm going to say it, and it might sound rude, but I want to tell you and see how this sounds." Yeah. And then my friend will tell me, "Look, well, no, it sounds good," or whatever. And I'll come to you and I say, "Hey, I got to talk to you about something. Well, this is what you did, and it made me feel this way, and I'm just letting you know, because at that time, I just felt disrespected. Yeah. And it made me feel some type of way. But I'm letting you know now, because I didn't want to tell you then, because it wasn't the time for me to tell you. But now that I feel that, a few days have passed, I've calmed down, and I want to talk to you about it and see what you think And he would come back and he'll be like, oh, I didn't know I did that. Like, I didn't know I did that. And I'm sorry that I made you feel that way, but I honestly didn't know. And I was like, I did. And I went from A through Z of telling my story of what happened. He's like, honestly, I don't remember. And then I started thinking, well, am I in my head? But then I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, okay. And he apologized. And we moved on to the next thing. But I have to wait to calm down before I actually speak, because it's worked for me. It's worked for me whenever I'm angry at somebody. And it doesn't matter. It can be a friend, a girl, or a guy. It doesn't matter. If I'm angry at someone, I wait till I calm down so I can be able to talk to them and be like, hey, this is what's going on, or if I see you that you don't look too good, I'm like, are you okay? Like, do you want to talk about it? And if they say no, I'll be like, okay. Because some people, they don't really want to talk about it. And if you keep pushing them, then they're going to get mad. Then all of a sudden I'm going to be mad because I'm just trying to console you, but now you're angry at me. So I just give them their space, let them have their space. And when they're ready to talk, then at least I offer to listen.
And that's the best.
It's worked for me.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it anyway, in my opinion. Cooler heads. I mean, both parties have to be calm and collected for the most part, because that's when you're going to get the clarity. That's when you're going to get to the bottom of how each person feels. And that's the way I am. I've been in situations where it'll get heated and I might tell the woman, hey, I don't want to talk about it right now. We will talk about it, but the way I'm feeling right now, I would rather be calm, because a lot of times when you're mad, sometimes you don't speak in love, you speak in hurt. And when you're speaking from a hurt place, 9 times out of 10, there's a lot of defense that's wrapped up with that hurt. You're on the offensive and defensive rather. And as you know, when you bring that energy to somebody you're talking to, they're probably going to match that energy. You're either going to affect their energy and turn it into what yours is, or they're going to try to overpower the energy that you're coming with and either try to defuse you or try to be more turn up than you are. But a lot of that boils down to how you communicate with your partner, because a lot of times there have been situations where somebody might shut down and just stop talking without even communicating that, hey, I'm not saying that the way you're feeling isn't important and it's not valid. I'm saying that I need to, for myself, calm down. We can go to another room or whatever, or call you in a couple hours or a day or something. And then we can pick it back up. But even with that, I will say this. There are some things that the longer you allow it to sit, the worse it can get. Because there are some people out there talking about the whole cheating thing, to where there are some people that can get in an argument with their spouse, and if an hour or two goes by and they haven't communicated about that thing or fixed it, them jokers are already texting somebody else or swiping right or something like that, because that anger doesn't allow them to think logically. And sometimes, no matter how much they care about that person, sometimes anger can put a blanket over that love.
You know what I do, and this is like my little secret, is when I want to talk to somebody about something that really hurt me or upset me in some type of way, I wait. It's like the snake. Like, I'm ready to attack with what I really want to say, but I don't do it right away. I wait, and when I get them, when they're having like the best day ever, when they're happy and they're like, everything's going right, maybe they won the lottery, and then I'm like, hey, I gotta talk to you, and they're like, what's going on? And that's when I get them, not when they're stressed out, when they just got home from work, the day was messed up, there was a big old accident, I've been sitting in traffic for 5 hours, and then all of a sudden I'm like, well, I gotta talk to you, I didn't like the way you made me feel. Then they're gonna be like, okay, look, it's enough, I had a long day, now you're coming to me with this mess right here. So I learned to watch the person. As soon as they come in, I see how they feeling. If they want to, like, hey, let's go, we should go to the mall, and or let's go have a drink, and I had a good day, and I'm like, okay, let's go have a drink. I won't say it right there and then, but I'm like, let's go have a drink, and we're drinking, and then I say, hey, you know what? I've been meaning to talk to you about something, but I've been wanting to tell you, but I wanted to wait for the right time to tell you, and I'll let them know, and they'll be like, man. But then I get their honest opinion and a sincere response instead of one that they didn't want to hear because I've had a long day. I don't want to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's times where things have to be done right there and then because it's happened right there and then. And I know there's times where you have to handle it.
Yeah.
But I've learned to wait and calm down because it's not going to solve anything when both parties are mad. It's not going to work. One's going to be a little bit more mad than the other one, or doors are going to be slamming, or somebody's going to want to leave and probably go with the other woman because you made them so mad.
Cornbread is going to be destroyed. I mean, it's going to be a total chaos. And speaking of chaos, let me go ahead and say what I feel about is it the woman's fault when men cheat? And this is not going to sound good to some, but as I said, this is just me personally. I feel like it is never the woman's fault when a man cheats. And this is why. A lot of times when I answer these questions or when I come up with these things, I put myself in the shoes of whatever I'm talking about. So I'm going to talk about me personally. There is nothing that a woman can do that will cause me to go out and be with a woman that I didn't already want to be with. So if I'm in a relationship and we get in an argument, and I'm just speaking hypothetically because I know how to cook, so I don't need a woman to cook. But let's just use that for example. If she's not cooking, and I say that because I saw a video the other day where this man worked 13 hours and then he came home and the woman offered him a piece of pizza or something. She didn't cook. And they got in this argument because he's like, you're my wife. If you're not working and I'm working 13 hours a day, the least you could do is have a meal for me or whatever. Now, if the woman isn't cooking, if she isn't cleaning, for me personally, these are things about her that I would hope that I already knew before I decided to marry her. Yep. So if she does that and I've already decided to marry her, then that tells me that there's something going on with her, because that would mean that's not normal. That's not her. That's not the norm. She normally does this. Now she's not doing it. So we got to have a conversation now about, hey, babe, what's going on with you? Is there anything I can do? Is there something that I'm doing that you're not liking? Because I've noticed that your actions have changed. You're not doing A, B, or C. Now, at no point is her not cooking or cleaning going to make me say, okay, this is my wife. She didn't cook me a meal. She didn't clean the house. We're upset. So now the loyalty and the moral standard that I had is totally gone now. And because she did that, I'm going to go outside of the house and sleep with this woman over here. No, there's nothing she did. Now, if I cheat, it's because I wanted to freaking cheat. A lot of times it's simple as just opportunity. Everyone women and men alike have opportunity to be with more than the person that they're with. It all boils down to choice. It is a choice. There is nothing a woman can do to push me in the arms of another woman. I was already looking at those arms, or I already had capacity to go do that. Ain't nothing she can do. Now, there's something she can do to make me leave her alone. There's something that she can do to make me break up with her. But if I cheat, it's because Salih wanted to cheat. Salih wanted to do it. I don't feel like a woman has enough power over my own agency to make me do something I don't want to do. Because to make somebody do something, if you really look at the root of that phrase and that word, even, that's causing someone to do something that they wouldn't otherwise want to do. Like, you can, if you and not you personally, but if a man in the street come up and punch me in the face, now he has made me crack his bones because he has done something to me. But that's still my choice. I could choose to just hold my face and tuck my tail and get up out of there too. Now, what he did was open the door for me to meet his violence with violence. So when it comes to your partner, they can show you the door, but you have to open it. And those thoughts have to already be there. Because you're not gonna make, if a woman, like, even how would I even get to the woman to cheat if I didn't already have her on the roster? Because it's not like you did something to me and then I go outside the house and just go to the local Walmart and find somebody that's gonna sleep with me right then. Now, I'm pretty sure they have those, but for the most part, I'll say 90, and this, I don't have no experts with these stats, but I will say I believe that 98% of all cheating is premeditated. Because you, in order to go meet somebody somewhere, y'all had to set it up. Y'all had to say, meet me at such and such. If I'm going to sleep with a woman that's not my woman at her house, she had to give me the address. And why would she give me the address if we hadn't already talked about it? You get what I'm saying? So I've heard men say before, oh, I cheated, but it was a mistake. No, me stubbing my toe on the bedpost was a mistake. Me going to lay in another woman's bed or bring a woman to my bed, that's not a mistake. I thought that out. I planned that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think you know what it is? It's just that they don't want, they get tired, or let's say, like how you said, she didn't cook or whatever, and it goes on for years and years and years. And they, like how they say, it's cheaper to keep her.
Yeah.
That's what they say. So it's cheaper to keep her. So he just stays in the relationship because it's cheaper to keep her.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he goes out and he does his own thing, but doesn't want to leave the relationship because he's comfortable, or he got a lot to lose if he does that. So he rather just tough it out as much as he can until he get caught, I guess.
Shoot, and that's what I'm saying. From what I see, you got a lot to lose when you get caught. These jokers getting their tires busted, their windows cracked out, their cars scratched up, clothes get destroyed. I mean, it's wild out here. But we got some people up here. We got Miss Hunt gonna come next and give her spiel. Then we got Just a Man podcast gonna come back up. Charmaine, I appreciate everything you said. You had some very valid points. Stay down here now, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's see what Miss Charmaine, not Charmaine, she just left. Let's see what Miss Nikita has to say. There you are.
Bro, I got my mouth covered up. Listen. Okay, I'm trying to make sense of this. Because I get where you're coming from. You're a different person. I get it. Because I'm like you. There's no amount of nothing. And I done got my ass toe up, and I still didn't cheat.
Yeah.
But I get it, but I don't get it.
I feel.
Help me understand. Okay? Because what if I beat you up so much? And I'm not saying you, I'm just going to use it. Okay, Alan. I beat Alan up so much. I mean, beat him up. Not like physically, but just any kind of way I done tore this man down. And he done hung in there, and he done cried and begged, and I got to leave the house, and he go get a drink, and he get intoxicated, or he just get a little settled, and he's sitting there, and this woman just walk up to him, and and they having a conversation. Next thing you know, boom. He don't know her. He ain't never met her. I mean, he's so distraught.
Uh-huh.
What about something like that. I'm not talking about premeditated where, I got my eye on the cheetah and I've been looking at her for a long time and we talking back and forth and we chill and then we hunch. I'm talking about somebody who's so distraught to the point where if somebody just looked at him right and he was just out of his mind with hurt. I mean, does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. Can I give you my take on it?
Yes, you can.
Now, here is my thing. And let's put Alan in the trunk. We'll say me. We will say Salih, because I answer these kind of questions better when I put myself in the spot. Now,
I got you.
I also understand that every man is different. Every woman is different. I get that. But me personally, when we talk about you beating me down and it's so bad to where I got to go get a drink, I get drunk, blah, blah, blah. That for a man like me, that's still premeditated. And let me tell you why. Because when you beat me down to the extent that I have to go do that, before I get in the car, I know what happens at bars. There's alcohol there. I know that women frequent bars just as much as men do. I also know that when alcohol is in the equation, your inhibitions can shift. So I know all of this before I pull out of the driveway. So if I'm going to this bar and I'm throwing these shots back, I know what can happen. I do. Now, I may not get to the bar and know before I go in there, hey, I'm going to sleep with somebody. But I know that there's a possibility that because I have problems at home, that's going to have me a little quote unquote weak. That's going to have me a little angry. That's going to have me to where I may not be thinking too clearly. And now on top of that emotional stuff, I'm adding alcohol in the mix. Then I have to, as a man, understand that, hey, do I want to put myself in a position to where I'm going to do something and when we both calm down, I regret what I did? Or am I going to go get to myself and calm down? Because I've had situations like this before. And I've left the house and went and slept in a Walmart parking lot. You get what I'm saying? So I feel like there's always a moment of clarity there where you can understand what's happening and what's not happening. I've been, and alcohol does everybody differently. I, unfortunately and fortunately, I guess, have a very high tolerance. So I even when I'm drunk, I still know what I'm doing. I still know what's going on. I'll get so now if I drink so much, ain't but two things gonna happen. I'm either gonna go home and pass out, or wherever I am, I'm going to pass out. But there is no, oh, I'm upset and I'm so drunk. Then this woman come up and put her hand on my knee, and now next thing I know, I'm waking up the next morning in somebody else's bed. You get what I mean? Okay. So I just feel like
I get it. But listen, everybody's not strong like you and me.
Oh yeah, I get it. Oh yeah.
And okay, so even if you take the drinking equation out, or just whatever, it's the amount of pain that somebody feels, the amount of being neglected and ignored.
Yeah.
The pain in your heart and your stomach, and sometimes you're emotionally and mentally, you're just fucked up. Like at that point, you cannot think straight.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Almost like somebody that are strong, and then they've been broken down so much and they've tried to hold on, and then their whole mental go and they try to commit suicide. I know that's probably taking a little bit, but sometimes it feels like I just want to die. I don't know what to do. And then you're sitting and somebody says, "What's wrong, Salid? Oh, let's talk." And I'm giving you everything you need right at that moment, and it's the kiss, and boom, and that's it. And then after what, both of y'all sitting there with your pants around your ankles and looking crazy like, what the hell did you just do? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's normally how it happens.
I'm strong. Yeah, I'm strong. You strong. Everybody does not have the mental and emotional capacity at that time. Like, this is wrong. Like, they really don't know what they did until afterwards.
But would you say that it's fair? Do you think it's fair to say that there are also a lot of people that have used scenarios like that as excuses?
Yeah, but you gotta know the person. If this is out of the norm for somebody,
Yeah.
you know, it's just like, you know, Miss Sim said about, you know, this guy that she knows and he going through it. I mean, he's strong. We don't know if he did or he didn't, but I mean, he probably did something real bad to her in the beginning. He paying dearly for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She got a hold on him and she holding everything over his head. He probably did. I done had 2 babies made on me. You hear me? 2. You get what I'm saying? And I done been jumped on. I done been lied to. I done been robbed. I told everybody, I done been through just about every kind of scenario you could think. But guess what? I still ain't never cheated.
Yeah.
I still have never cheated. And one day, after all the stuff that I've been through over my date period, that I just be like, I give up.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to do. And then you come and you talk to me and you just look at me. And I just say,
take it off.
And next thing you know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you completely. And that happens a lot. It really does. And like I said, when I speak on these things, it's not the Bible of how things should go. I just speak from a personal standpoint. But I do also understand that hey, this stuff happens and it happens on a large scale. Now, there are people that use situations like that as an excuse, like, oh, I was drunk, or oh, you pissed me off. And that's where this title comes from too. Is it a woman's fault when men cheat? Because the majority of men that get caught cheating, it's not a, hey baby, I messed up. I'm sorry, I did A, B, and C, and this is why. 9 times out of 10, it's a redirect that energy thing. Oh, well, if you would have been doing this, or hey, you did this, you pissed me off, and then this person was the shoulder I needed to lean on. You get what I'm saying? The majority of the women that I talk to, they either feel like it's something that they did because they personally internalize it, or the man is making them feel like it's something they did. And speaking of the man, we have Just a Man podcast waiting and Tammy waiting again. So you'll probably pop back up here again, but right now we're going to get Just a Man podcast up here, and then we're going to get Tammy to come on after him. He'll be on here in, y'all know, a couple of seconds. Brother man. I guess it's a little pause here. I'm waiting on your man podcast. I see it ticking, so you got to be there. It might be a little delay.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, man. So, you know what's funny? I was actually writing my notes down, so I didn't lose track of my thoughts of the conversation. It was really good. So, I know the kid came up. Let me get these out first. So, I know the kid had mentioned the first time around. She had mentioned something about, like, guys not liking the boring woman, with the routines and so forth. I guess the guy that she was with, or the guy that she had talked to. I can't remember exactly the pinpoint, but mentioning that, he didn't like that. It was like a yes and no.
Yeah.
And what I want to speak on that in regards towards it is because, like us as men, we like variety also, just like women do. That spontaneousness, we need that too in the actual relationship also. Like what I want to say is this, and I've said this plenty of times, and I know it takes people back, but men don't ever push back on me when it comes to this. But we honestly want our own personal hoe, our own personal freak. We do. I mean, there's no denying it. Like, that's really what it is. Like, that's what we want. We want her to be unchained, whatever. Like, stop trying to portray this particular perfect image. We still want you to be that wife. We still want you to be that mother, to our kids. But also, we still don't want you to lose that one side of it in regards towards the foundation of that relationship and just try different things. You know what I mean? Like, to keep that going. Now, to Charmaine's point, what she had actually mentioned, as far as like having a conversation in the beginning, as far as like we're dating, I think some people are having those conversations, and I think for some of them, I think that there's certain habits that people realize that that person has, and they're like, hey, I can live with this. Like, there might be particular habits that might agitate them, but they're like, you know what? This might be how this person is, but they have other attributes that overshadow those little annoying habits that they have.
Yeah.
Until you get further into that relationship, and then, you know, once you get to a certain point where you are agitated yourself, then you start actually pinpointing those little things that you knew that they had and you were okay with, and now it's a problem in particularly. So what I mean by this is kind of like you really, really love that person for who they was until things in the relationship started shifting. And now it's an issue. Now you're nitpicking. Now you're like, you know what? This has always been a problem because blah, 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 such and such, blah, 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 this and that. Like, it would be no different than being in a social environment or the same thing at church. Like, if you're a religious person, that you love church, like you love the aspect of it, talking to people, all this and that. But the one thing you really didn't like about it was the 2 hours that they spent after service. But you overlooked it. You were all right with it. You were cool with it. Until after a while, at being in church and you just got in your particular mood where just church in particularly just got off your nerves. In that 2 hour session that you knew you could get over, now it's going to be highlighted. Like, now it's going to be magnified than what it was before. And I think that's the same thing that actually happens in relationship a lot of times. It's like, no, you know how that person was, especially in the dating, especially in the beginning. But it's just the fact that now things ain't going your way, or you're uncomfortable, things are changing. Now you're locking in on that issue in particularly that you didn't like, or that you, I'm not going to say like kind of overlooked, but you just accepted before. Now it's kind of like you're using it as an excuse not to accept it now. But based off of what it was that you had mentioned, as far as like the cheating aspect, like it's not ever like the woman's fault. To a degree, I'm with you. Like, cheating is a like I said before, like it's a character thing. You know what I mean? It is like for that man to go ahead and do that. I like I said before, and I said it multiple times. Like, no, I don't condone cheating at all. I don't. There is just some who, especially like men, there are some who just outsource it because they're trying to get their needs met and they're frustrated. They're frustrated because they are working with their women, or they're trying to work with their woman, and it's just not getting the results that they actually want. So for some of them, they're willing to just sacrifice because of that.
Yeah.
They're like, this is unbearable. It's painful. And it's like, all right, well, if the person I love doesn't really care this much, F it. You know, it's just like, all right, this other person cares enough. And they don't even know me. I'm not paying their bills. They not, like, we're not in the same household. I'm not providing for them. I don't have provision for them. I haven't invested a whole lot into them as far as like communication and relationship with them. I didn't meet their friends like that. I did not build all that emotional and mental investment when it came to the family with them, that they actually seen me as a man in that moment, and that's all that matters, and they actually acknowledged it.
Now
it's sad though that in that moment in particularly that was that important to that man, that some men do lose all it is that they have or everything that they built with the woman that they were with. But for some men, it's worth that. And again, like I said, it's not, I'm not saying that it is acceptable. Cheating is not acceptable. I'm not saying that. It's just, I'm looking at it from all different variables and all different components to what is being built into. And I'm not saying that also, like, you know what I mean, that women push men into that. No, not at all. You know what I mean? Like, men think this stuff through. You know what I mean? They think it through. And especially like the conversation that you and Charmaine had in regards towards, the kid. what she mentioned as far as like, you know, drinking and all that stuff like that. You know, and then for some men, yeah, like, and so what I wanted to say in my mind, when y'all mentioned that as far as like the drinking and, you know, the thought process and between you guys, like when y'all said that, hey, you know, I know my tolerance level and it's pretty high. Sometimes we have to realize and meet people where they are versus where we're at.
Facts.
And I say this because I do a little bit of mentoring and coaching myself. And even in my job, I had a business office manager and I had a part-time job. She had me mentoring one of the new people, and she was trying to tell me some things, and I was thinking in my mind, I'm like, whoa, like you're trying to overload this person. Like, you're a whole damn manager. You done worked for this company 16 years. Like, this person just started. They only been here 4 freaking days. Like, you have to meet people where they are versus where you are at when you're talking to them. And this is very easy for people to really make mistakes because you're putting a high expectation on them and you're not listening and you're not paying attention. So I say that because it's like, yeah, you know, if a person is drinking, sometimes, yeah, no, they might be inhibited, and their desire, like the very thing that keeps them either sober or where their conscious is, it starts melting away when they drink. Yeah. And it's like the desire starts seeping in. And it's like, you know what? It is what it is, and they're not too concerned about what's going on and what the consequences is. And a lot of times that happens on, you know, men and women's side. But you shouldn't put yourself in that situation. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're human. You know what I mean? We have a human experience. And I think a lot of times when people are in a committed relationship, you need to be mindful. You need to be very, very mindful. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If the person that you're with, you know they like to go out to drink, I ain't even going to cap. I think a good as answer would be to build a mini bar in your backyard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like yep. We really need to be more proactive when it comes to things.
Exactly.
You know? Like, to help solve a lot of little freaking issues. And like I mentioned before, like when it came to the kid, when she had talked about as far as saying about being boring, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, why don't y'all just make like a little setup in your home or something where it's not boring? You know what I mean? Put a stripper pole somewhere, or just randomly ask that man, hey, what is your favorite color? What would you like to see on me? And then get the lingerie or something. Like, there's really a lot of little things that people can do. You just goddamn lazy. Right?
Yeah.
You're lazy. Okay? Like, it's very simple. Like, it's very simple. Like, like yeah. At least to me, like, and the craziest thing about me is that I'm an electrical engineer. So I'm always thinking logical. I'm always thinking in general. So, like, my lady, like, she gets mad at me sometimes because of the way that I think, and it bothers her, and I can understand that because I'm the type, I'm with processes and standards and steps and structure. So I get upset when things are inaccurate. And especially like when it comes to steps and processes, I don't like that. And I'm quick to actually point out somebody's processes that doesn't make sense.
Well,
and speaking, you know that about me, like I'm that structured. Go ahead. Okay.
Speaking of that, let me ask you about something you said earlier that tickled my brain when you were talking about the guy that goes out to the bar or whatever. That is, it could be so unbearable to where that could, I think you were saying it could cause him to go into the direction of cheating. My thing is this, and this is the way my brain works. How can something be so unbearable to where it can cause you to cheat, but not so unbearable to where it causes you to love yourself enough to get out of the situation.
No, I'm with you. Like, I think one of those things of where it would seem unbearable is the desire within itself.
Okay.
That's what it can be. So it's like desiring your woman so freaking bad, and she's denying you so hard.
Yeah.
And the rejection within itself is painful. Psychological rejection and mental rejection is very painful. I don't think people understand that. And it's like, I just want a woman's touch, but I really want it from my wife. But she is, or the woman that I'm with, the committed relationship that I'm with, like, I really want that connection with them, but they're denying you so much for whatever reason she deems fit, to the fact that for some men, not all, they're like, damn it, I want to get it from somewhere.
Yeah, they just want to escape.
I mean? And especially when they're drinking. When they're sober, it's a little bit different. Men have more control over themselves when they're sober.
Yeah.
But when they're drinking, though, yeah, it's almost like all bets are kind of off. And you already know, for women can kind of smell it on men somehow.
Yeah.
They can tell when men have a high desire, when they're on that high desire plane, or I don't know exactly how to explain it. Women can tell. They can tell. And especially if a man is staring at them and, like, women feel that desire, oh, that joint is like alcohol within itself, because they love that. They love that desirability factor that men give them.
But do you think that most men know this going into it, though?
You said what now?
Do you feel like most men know this going into it? And I'm asking because maybe not
all. Like,
really?
There are some men. There are some men who are very. There are some men who have been married for years, man. Like, have been the model epitome of high value and quality men. And for some, when they get older, especially when they get higher in whatever they're doing, and they might not have their friends or whatever it is that's around, and they could just be used to going to, like, a local bar or something like that, and the wife could be kind of used to that. And all it takes is just that particular circumstance of whatever it was that they went through, and the fact that he might be an extrovert. So he likes to be around people, and he likes the energy of people. He likes to look around and see people. And maybe his two friends couldn't make it that night, but he still wanted to go ahead and go out himself. Like, there are so many different components that can really play into it. It doesn't just mean that it's as black and white as we're trying to paint it out to. Like, there's a lot of circumstances that can really play into this.
Yeah.
That can end up happening. And I'm not making an excuse for it, but I'm just trying to paint the picture that, hey, look, some of this stuff actually do happen, and it's like, it's not as convenient as what we think it is. It's just it's just a coincidence that it happens. It's like right timing, right place.
For the perfect storm.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's the horrible part about it because of that. And it's like, some people do regret it when it happens. A lot of men do. They regret that. They regret for doing it. You know what I mean? It was just the fact that they were disappointed. They just got into a fight. All they really wanted was just to touch on her soft, like that woman's soft body, like, just, just to really have that intimacy. And the drinking just made it worse. And the woman probably was giving him the particular attention that he was so desiring from his wife, that was denying him for so goddamn long, that was like the perfect storm.
So he just,
sad as that sounds.
Yeah, so he just had to get his fix. I mean, I feel you completely. We have two women waiting. I know they probably want to touch on some things that you said, so I don't want them to forget it. So stay.
No, that's good. Yeah.
Definitely.
I said, like, I will reinforce that cheating is not acceptable. All right. I just want to say that. I only say I'm more of an analytic type of man, so I look at all the variables
Uh-huh.
and all the probabilities and all the actual outcomes that comes with things. So that's all I'm coming from.
Oh, I feel you 100%. We got Tammy coming up now, and then Miss Nikita gonna come up again.
Oh snap!
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep. All right. So Tammy will be up here in a hot second, and then Miss Hunt gonna come back too. Let's see what she has to say, folks. You're on. What's happening? I almost said you're on the mic with Mike, but
Hello?
I'm not Mike. But
You hear me? Can
yeah,
you hear me?
yep.
Okay, I was on headphones. I had to turn my headphones off. Okay, now I hear you. Just a Man podcast. I agree. You can be spontaneous. You can go out and buy him Jordan's PlayStation, put a chain right in his neck. But if he still wants to do something, he's gonna do it. I mean, you can do all those things, but some of them, and not all. I'm just saying some still gonna do what they want to do. It don't matter what you do. You can book a trip to Hawaii. You can buy his mama gifts. He's still gonna do what he want to do, regardless. That's not all of them. I'm just saying most of the time.
Well, let me ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Let me ask you this, and this goes back to what he was saying about the different variables going into cheating. Let's say hypothetically, you and your man get into a altercation, and it's not in his character to go out and stay out. But let's say this altercation was so bad to where you guys just needed some space, right? And the next day he tells you that he went to the bar just to get his mind right. He had a couple of drinks, and the next thing he knew, now granted, I'm gonna say this now, you didn't find this out. He told you. He came and told you. He's apologetic, and he says, baby, I made a mistake. And you like, what mistake is that? And he's like, last night after our fight, I went to the bar. I had a little bit too much to drink. I was feeling this type of way as a man. This is what I needed from you. I wasn't getting it. And I met this lady out there, and I happened to sleep with her. Now, where do you go from there?
Where do I
Where do you go from there? What happens next?
Get out. Because like I said, if you want to do it anyway.
So
to me, that's an excuse.
So with you, there is no, and I meant to say this earlier, but I didn't say it, but I just remembered it. I think we as people have to, in a lot of situations, show the grace that we want to receive with certain things. So are you saying that cheating is one of those things that where it doesn't matter the reasoning, you have no grace because you feel like it was a choice?
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because like I said before, if you felt like I was doing something wrong, or if it was something going on, come to me and talk to me about it. Let's get it out. Let's hash it out. But if you don't do those things, and then you go on out there, and then especially if you're in a bar drinking, you do, like you said, you already be knowing before you go what's the possibility of that happening. So that was your choice. That's what you chose to do. When you could have took your tail out there in that car and slept in that back seat and brushed it out. Or you could have grabbed the bill from the refrigerator and took it out there to the car and drink. But you chose to actually walk your happy tail to a bar and drink. You knew there's gonna be all kind of diverse people. That's a choice. You wanted to do that anyway. That was your excuse.
And the reason why I said that earlier too is because when I was in situations where I was married and there would be this drag out arguments or whatever. And like the time when I went and drove to the Walmart parking lot and slept there. There are times when you just need to cool off and don't be in the house. But there are also times if there was ever a time where I strayed out of my yard, whatever I strayed out to was already lined up.
Exactly. That's what I'm
saying. It was already like now that's not to say that men and women don't meet total strangers and then hit it off for whatever reason. I know it's possible, but me personally, if I hit it off with somebody, there was already some sort of foundation being laid.
And that's what I'm gonna assume. So That's why, I feel that way.
And I think
Miss Beautiful show.
I was going to say, I think that's what we have to understand too, is that when we do things, and this is whether it's a man or a woman, when we do things outside of our relationships, we can't quote unquote assume or expect that our partners are going to understand the why. Because they might assume it doesn't matter if you are totally genuine with, hey, it was a mistake. You can't force your partner to believe that.
Right.
Because they all day long, just because we say, hey, it was premeditated or you knew what you were doing, that may not be the case. But if that's the way your partner feels, then hey, that mistake cost you a relationship.
It cost you. It cost you and me. Sure did. Now, Miss Beautiful Charmaine, I get it when she say, excuse me, when she say you should calm down before, you say your piece. I get that. The thing with me is I can't do it. I can't let something fester for days until I calm down, because in my culture, if I let it fester, that's going to cause high blood pressure. And then I have a stroke. See, I need to go ahead and get it out right then. I need right now. We need to get out right now. I don't care if the door slam it. I don't care if they come off the hinge. But we need to get this out right now. I can't sleep peacefully, by letting it fester for days and then saying something. Now, I have, on the other hand, tried that. I said, you know what? I'm going to be quiet. I ain't going to say a thing because, my mouth's slick. They say my tongue is dangerous, a weapon. So I said, I'm going to be quiet. I ain't going to say nothing. I'm going to let this ride for a minute. And I'm going to wait. And I'm going to, say something after a while. And I tried that, Miss Charmaine. And I'm going to tell you what happened. He said, what? Now, this is after everything was good. He thought everything was good. And I came out and said, you know what? I need to say something. He said, huh? Now, why are you going to come at that like that right now? I mean, we done been doing good. I had a good day. And you want to bring that negativity. You should have said something right then. See what I'm saying? So that don't work for me. I have to let's get it out right now so that tomorrow can be a better day. Now, I understand that works for some people, yeah.
Yeah.
But not for me. I got to go ahead and get it out because I just don't need that blood pressure.
Yeah.
Now,
and go ahead.
Now, Miss Beautiful Nikita, I understand what you said too. I do agree with you. Some men do like the drama and the challenge. They do. I done been through that too. They do. They some people love to fuss and fight. That's just in their nature. Like, I know a couple, that's how they get along. It's by fighting every day, fussing. And it's normal to them. And so I do understand that too. Me, not so much. I'm more peaceful. I prefer to keep everything peaceful because I can go from 0 to 1,000 in 0.1 second. So I don't want to get it like that. So I prefer that it just be peaceful. But you are right. Some men like that drama. Now, I know for a fact. I see it. I see it a lot. And I do have $1 million question for you, Miss Nikita. Now, when you knocked that man head between that washing and dry, did he straighten up after that? Asking for a friend. I need you to answer that live.
And she's about to answer it because she's actually up next. This is the order we're going in. We got Miss Nikita about to come up. Then after her, Miss Charmaine. And then after Miss Charmaine, we have Miss Robbie, who's been waiting. And then after Robbie, we'll have Just a Man podcast come back up.
All right, Miss Nikita, I need you to answer that. Did he straighten up after that head?
Here she comes. Okay, we got Miss Nikita, then we got Charmaine, then we have Robbie, then we got Just a Man podcast coming back. You're back.
Baby. When I get to the point when I start knocking their ass around, it's time to go. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you. I done fought an ex in the church parking lot like a man.
What?
I ran from my I ran. What did he do? I had 2 cars at the time, and I let him drive the car. He had another female in my car. So I caught up with him, and when I say we fought like men, baby, I was with all the shit. Okay. My kid's dad, like I told you, he was abusive. And he came after me. I ran. I was in Highlands, and I ran from him. I had to leave my baby in the house. I just had my oldest at the time, and I came back and tried to get that gun. And then I think I threw a iron at him. So, no, that was my ex-husband. I'm sorry, I fight all the time.
Oh my gosh.
But then my kid's dad, what he did, he came at me one time. Yeah, I did pick up a hot iron, and another time I just sat on the bed and I started reading the Bible. So when he busted in the room to jump on me, I was reading the Bible, and he backed out the room.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so you have to have growth. Okay, so yeah, when you get to that point, yeah, it's time to go. Another thing I wanted to say is that, like, piggybacking off of Just a Man, again, emotionally and mentally sometimes, I don't know how many people have really ever been, like, devastatingly hurt to the point where, remember I told you the story where that guy and I broke up one time and I could not get out of bed except for to go to work.
Yeah.
I cried. I wouldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I emailed him because he had blocked me, like, just to get out everything I wanted to say. It was pitiful. It was, and I was already losing weight from work. And I was so, and this was like 3 years ago. It was sad. And sometimes you get to that level of pain and hurt. And when you already have PTSD or, you know, some other type of emotional traumas going on, and you just holding that in because, like I said, I don't want to give this to the next person I've been to. So I kind of hold on to it.
Yeah.
And you hurt so bad. Sometimes you just lose your state of mind. Like when I broke up, I went to go, you know, the first thing they say is go get with somebody else.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And that's normally what happens. You get with somebody else, you move on, but you're still carrying that burden on your back because you ain't got over the last one, you know, and now you just add more to your bag.
That's right.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
I talked too long, but I remember even trying to with somebody else, not wanting to, because like he said, the person wanted, we broke up and I wanted him to touch me and talk to me, and you missing that.
Yeah.
And you get somebody who in your face and then boom. And guess what? Even though it didn't go through, I felt so bad. I felt like I was cheating. I felt like I was cheating. That's the level of pain I'm talking about, where you even not trying to do it, but then it almost happens and then you like, oh shit, I didn't want to do this with this person. This ain't even who I wanted to be with. I wanted somebody to, and you could even go and do it. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Do it, and like, ugh.
Yeah.
It wasn't solid. Yo.
I've been there once in my life.
There you go. So, I mean, and I'm 51, babe. I done been around the block. I told you I'm an OG. But it happened times. It was like the person I really longed for that's not who it was. And then the person just, you can touch me certain spots, it's over with. I'm done. I'm melting. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, I'm going to throw up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe I just did this shit.
Yeah.
You know? And then you got to tell them. Now, last thing, we're different. I am very sweet. I really am. And I have put myself, keyword, put myself through so much stuff. So much toxic behavior, so much drama, so much, just dumbness to the point of being so loyal that I hurt myself, okay?
Yeah.
But I have to kind of understand what somebody's going through. If they're just repeatedly doing this, this is a cycle, they do it over and over. No, but if it's somebody I have been riding with and I know this is not like them, then I'm like, okay, wait, let's talk about it. I'm going to forgive them. I can't just walk away from people. I've never been able to do that. Never. You have to grow off of me. But if you honestly made a mistake and we talk about it, let me decide what my heart want to do.
Yeah.
Don't lie to me. Let me decide. And I always tell everybody, let me decide what I want to do. Don't do it for me. Because you never know. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be hurt or whatever. But it doesn't mean I'm going to leave you. It doesn't mean we can't work it out. But if you keep doing it, then we got a problem. We have a whole issue.
Yeah, that's important that you said that, because a lot of times I think as men, sometimes we feel like whatever we did is so bad to where we take the choice away from women. Like we might feel like, okay, I did this thing here if I tell her about it or she finds out about it, she's automatically going to leave me. So they go ahead and do it. And a lot of times that comes from not knowing how to communicate, not knowing how to be transparent and stuff like that. Because a lot of times we force you guys' hands and things where it may not even work out that way. It may not even play out that way.
Right. And normally, I mean, with people, like, I wish I could be like, you know, her and just walk away. It would make things better. But then you look at like, well, damn, what if they really made honest mistake? I mean, do you do that with everybody? Even, I'm not talking about somebody with, I mean, even people that just make honest mistakes, your friends, a coworker. And again, we have said this over and over again, get to know who you're dealing with.
That's very important.
Get to know who you're dealing with, and you will know, damn, he you know, he got up today and he didn't kiss me goodbye. That's not like him.
Yeah.
Something is wrong. Some women, some men don't even pay attention. They don't know.
That's
They
right.
don't know. So yeah, it's so many different scenarios. Nobody's right and nobody's wrong. And
Yeah.
I love the fact this whole dialogue is just so, you know,
It's very
just
refreshing.
there.
Yeah.
It's there. Yeah.
I love it. But we got Miss Charmaine is going to come up, and then Miss Robbie, and then Just a Man podcast. Miss Charmaine is up next, and she'll be in here in 3 of them things. You're back.
Hello. Hey, I'm back. So, as I'm listening to everyone, it kind of pops up, and I'm like, whatever happened to when you're dating and you're doing everything for that person, you're trying to court them, you're trying to get them to like you take them to their favorite places, you know, you get dressed up, you do your hair, you know, and once you get married, you sign the papers. It's like a 360, and then I've seen my friends where it's like they end up having kids, and then it's just everything's a whole 360. They don't have time to like comb their hair. They don't have time to get dressed up. And guy friends that I've had, it's like, and it's them too. It's not only the girls, but it's them too. Why don't they just keep up with the same, how you got somebody, that's who they fell in love with. They fell in love with the person that they were dating. And to me, I feel like that's the person that you need to, if you're fake, then you know you're not gonna be able to keep up with that for a long time. But you're a genuine person, and you do these things to keep up because that's what your man or your woman fell in love with from the beginning. Then all of a sudden you change. Now you're just wearing sweatpants. You wear, you know, rollers in your hair all day, and whatever happened to keeping up with how you got the person, you know, maybe getting them flowers, like you always got them flowers like every Friday after work, and now all of a sudden you get married and you have kids, and now it's like they don't even get a flower till Valentine's Day, let's say.
Yeah.
Or even the man, you know, she's so excited to see him. She want to cook him a Friday night dinner with candlelight or whatever, and he come home and he don't have nothing on the stove, but like I said, like pizza or something, you know. And I know I've heard, you know, well, kids can, you know, play a big role where, you know, you have kids now and they take a majority of your time. And I get it. I don't have kids, but what happened to just keeping up with the same stuff? I mean, not to the full potential like you were when you're trying to get someone, but still keeping up with the stuff that they actually fell in love with, because that's who they fell in love with. They didn't fall in love with the 360 person. They actually fell in love with who you showed them you were at the beginning.
Well, can I answer that to a degree? Well, for the most part, I think on a grand scale, the reason why that is because for the majority of people that fall into those categories, they didn't take that time to really know the person. And people show you who they think you want to see to a degree. And you'll have those situations where people will, it'll be exactly how you said in the beginning. And then once they get what they want, whether that's a ring or whether it's the man getting a wife or whatever the case may be, I tell people all the time that all it takes is time and you will see who a person actually is. Because there, of course, everything in the beginning is going to look A1 and 100% perfect because you don't know nothing about the other person yet. They are giving you, it's just like when you go, if there's a job that you really want and you go to that interview, there is not a person, I don't believe, and I've had to hire a lot of people in my day. There's you find out who the employee really is once they've been working there about a month or two. Because in the beginning, they're going to tell you they're going to show up on time. They're dependable. Oh, I'm a fast learner and blah, blah, blah. They tell you what they feel like you want to hear. And then once you get that person in there, once they get their foot in the door, you notice, oh, well, darn, the shift starts at 6. They're calling me at 6:15 saying they're going to be late. Or, oh, now all of a sudden, you can't come to work on certain days of the week and things like that. Well, if you take a little time, that's why a lot of companies have that 90-day probationary period. Because for the most part, within 90 days, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see the real person. And then you can decide on whether you want to continue with them or not. Well, the problem is a lot of men and women are getting in these situations, and sometimes they're seeing within those 90 days that it changes. But there's a part of them that says, okay, let a little more time go by and it's going to get back to how it was in the beginning. And when that doesn't happen, then you have all these situations, these troubles, these problems where, oh, well, let me go outside of the house and cheat now. Or, oh, I don't have to respect you as much as I did because you changed. And you know, there's so many things that go into it, but there are people that are still out there that are 100% authentic from day one. I always tell people, I like to show exactly who I am from day one. That way you can decide on whether you like me or hate me from then forth. And I don't have to put the stress on myself to keep that up. I have too much stuff going on, you know, within me to have to also worry about, well, hey, I know I was getting her, like you said, flowers every Friday, so I got to keep that up. Or, oh, I said I was non-combative, so I can't even voice how I want to be and da-da-da-da-da. And you have to keep that up. That causes pressure, stress, depression, all kinds of stuff. But if you are who you are from day one, it's not hard to be yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. If you come already pretty much just doing it just to try to get the person to like you and accept you, then of course it's going to be hard because you're faking it, and so it's going to be hard to keep it up. But if you are, you know, that a genuine person, like me, like I like to, whenever I leave the house, I like to at least look presentable. You know, I've always done my makeup. You know, I do my hair, and my ex used to say, like, why you got to put makeup on? Why you just going to the grocery store? Why you don't have to put makeup on. Just put some sweats on and put a t-shirt. Let's go. But that's not who I am. Yeah, I'm who I have been all this time. It's like it's just who I am. And then it started when COVID hit. Then I started being that way a little bit because I'm like, well, we're not going nowhere. So I started, you know, doing the sweatpants, t-shirt thing, but that's just not who I am. So I like to keep up. Higher I am to the person that's just who I am. And some people, they just kind of like throw, you know, kind of just throw it to the side. And that's why some men that I've talked to, some of my friends, because like I said, I pick at their brain just to see how men think. Yeah. And some say, you know, not saying I know the full reason, but they say because they let themselves go. And they're not the same person as when I first met them. And that's part of the reason why they say they not attracted to them anymore. But now they have family. Now they have, you know, kids and responsibilities, and they're not attracted to them anymore. They go out and cheat. But I did have one that was actually honest. I asked him, I said, why do you cheat on your wife? What is she doing to you that makes you want to cheat? Guess what he said? What? Nothing. he said she is perfect. She does everything. She cooks, she cleans. And I said, I mean, what do you guys have? Like, are you guys intimate? Oh, yeah, there's nothing wrong in that area. I mean, whatever we want to do, we do it. There's nothing wrong. And I'm like, okay, so why do you? This, because I've never had nobody be that honest and be like, well, why do you? Well, because I just like being with different women. I like feeling different women. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Because I'm so used to hearing the excuse of why they do it because of this person, because she's not doing this, she's not doing that. But this one guy said because he likes feeling different women, being intimate with different women.
And sometimes it's that simple.
I'm sorry?
Sometimes it's that simple.
And it just blew my mind. And when I saw him, I mean, he was being honest. But when he told me that, it just made me like be grossed out at him, like be like, ooh, like man, I don't even want to be your friend because at least someone has some kind of excuse, or you know what I'm saying. But this one just straight had no excuse. He just was like, she's perfect. She do everything right, and I'm like, why? Why would you do that to her? I have no respect for you. Like the other ones I get because they, I don't ever know what somebody has in their household, or what's going on in someone's household. But when he said that everything is perfect and she does everything right, and just because you want to just go be with other women, it just made me like not respect him at all, where I didn't even want to be his friend. I just looked at him like he was just grossed out to me because I'm like, dude, you got to be kidding me. Like, why would you do that? If this girl ever finds out that you messed around, you're damaging her when she's doing everything right. And that is not right. That is like so messed up.
And I think that she probably knows. And that's why I say I don't feel like it's the woman's fault when men cheat. Because it's like you said, you could be doing every single thing that the man, quote unquote, desires. And if he wants to do it, he's still going to do it.
Yep, and he did. He's the only one person out of a bunch of guy friends that I had, and they cheated. I can't even tell you one, maybe one or two that actually were not cheaters, but a lot of them, majority of them, that guy friends that I had did cheat, and they all had some kind of reasoning or some kind of excuse. But that one right there is the only one that actually told me the truth. And I'm just like, oh my God, like what in the world do you guys really think this way? It just shocked me. Mm-hmm. And it's sad. Mm-hmm. It is so sad that he has to like, why don't you just be by yourself? Just be single. If you want to be with different women, why be married? Yeah. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. Just don't be married and you can have all kinds of women, however many you want. Yep. But why get married? Why mess up this one girl that's doing everything right for you because you want to be out there with everybody else? Just leave her alone. And that hurt me because if she's doing everything right, like how he says she is, mm-hmm. It hurts me for her. Not for him, but for her. Because that to me, he's telling me she's a good woman. Yeah. But why would you do that? Why would you damage somebody like that's doing everything right for you? It's sad. It's just really sad. But yeah.
I feel you. Well, I feel you. We got so far we got Just a Man podcast here, but Tammy messaged me and said that she wanted to come on first, Just a Man, because she has a question specifically for you that she wants you to respond to. So I'm gonna try to see if we can get her up here. Let me see. Okay, I see her. Okay, just don't go anywhere, Just a Man podcast, because Tammy wants to come up and she said she had something specifically for you. So let's see what she has to say right now. And thank everybody. Thank you guys so much for the dialogue. I mean, this is great. We're showing how things need to be and can be done. It doesn't have to always be a sword and gunfight when men and women talk to each other. There can be intelligent dialogue. There can be calm dialogue. So thank you guys, everyone, for respecting everybody's opinion and things like that. Tammy is up here now. What you got to say?
Okay, this is gonna be quick. I ain't coming back on no more. I'm not doing this no more, nobody. But first, I'm not picking on Just a Man. I just need a man's answer. And since he's the only man that's being brave enough over here to respond to us females.
I'm brave. I'm responding.
All right. So I want to touch on Miss Charmaine. Miss Charmaine, you hit a point. Well, why do people let their stuff go after they get in a relationship? And this is my question, because it's not you. It is not just women. Ooh, wait. So tell me this: why, as a man, you say you don't want to see me with my head rag on, or you don't see no scarf around my head? Well, then you need to have your waves swimming every night. Then you don't want to see me in no petticoat, or no nightgown, whatever. Okay, then I don't want to see no holy t-shirt and them gym shorts, for God's sake, all the time. Okay, you and them slides with your toes hanging out the top of them, and they ain't been clipped. So it's not just women. I mean, men got some nerve. They always talking about how a woman let herself go, but men do it too. And the last thing, tell me this, just man, why do most men bellies be bigger than women and they ain't born no children? They got some nerve to be talking about women and her weight. But what's their excuse? Because they haven't born not one child has came out their body. Now we have an excuse. But what is the man's excuse? Because I have somebody told me that said, they said Cat Williams said women are always making that excuse. Quit putting it on children because you gain weight. Okay, well, what is the man's then? If it's belly, because your belly don't need to be bigger than mine. It don't need to be. Checkmate. What you say?
I'm gonna let since Just a Man podcast was asked directly, I'm not gonna answer that. I'm gonna let him answer it because he was asked specifically. So we're gonna bring him on right now.
Specifically because he's the only man that was brave enough to get on there. That's it. I'm not picking.
I will say,
I want to get a man's point of view.
I will say, outside of myself, he is the only man that has jumped up here. I see the good doctor just jumped up too. So we're gonna hear from Just a Man podcast right now.
Okay.
All right. Y'all know how it goes. He'll be here in a quick second. Just a Man. She asked you specifically, brother.
Okay, all right. Hey, Tammy. So I'm trying to remember if I heard the first part. I'm sorry. I was with my wife and my son, man. Like my son, he was being demanding because he wanted to help with dinner. So I heard the second part in regards to what you said, like as far as the men letting themselves go.
Mm-hmm.
I think as far as like with their bellies and all that stuff like that. So I think what it is the fact that a lot of times I think women don't like keep the standard the same. I think they're flexible when it comes to that. I don't think they emphasize on it, or they don't have that conversation with their men when it comes to like their actual health. And also like when their stomach, because of the fact that it's like, well, that man's bringing stability in. He's bringing the financial, he's making sure the protection and the provision is there. When it comes to his health in particular, like she's not too concerned. I mean, hell, there's probably some women who don't even care about his health entirely too goddamn much because she'll probably benefit off of his
demise, insurance,
yes. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I think that's the biggest. I think that's the biggest thing. And like, I think if some ladies actually highlight the fact that, hey, I would like for you to actually live. Like, I would like for you to be on this particular health plan, or to, hey, your stomach getting kind of big, like you permanently pregnant for 9 months. Like we got something going on. Not, don't say it like that, but but I'm just saying, like, it's a different way. But I think it's because women don't really pay attention to the aesthetic. Like, it's not as serious as it is for in particular. Like, women don't really get with us as men, or care enough as far as like for us as men when it comes to the aesthetic part. Sometimes it is like y'all pay attention to the aesthetic, I think, for the moment, but longevity, y'all don't care about that. You care about stability. You care about security. You care about like the stable resources that actually comes in, and I think that's the difference. I know for myself, like I know I've been able to actually have a particular stable weight. Like I noticed that I started gaining weight, especially like with my wife. Like she was gaining weight too, and it's just like, yeah, no, we kind of getting there. It's like, nah, my wife, like, she started watching 600-Pound Life, and I'm like, I was like, I don't know if this is like a subliminal behind message or what you doing right now. You like, I'm like, nah, my wife was saying something about it because she was just like, if I get there, you still gonna be there with me? I said, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I pointed the finger at it. You will not ever get there because I'm not gonna allow that to happen between the both of us. Like,
Yeah.
that is goofy. Like, you're going to gain weight, and I think that's going to be just human nature because of stress, because of changes, adaptation, and that's it. But as far as like the big good, I don't know, man. I think that there's just some women who are okay with it, but you have to admit that there are other cultures, especially outside of the United States, especially like in Africa. Men that have big bellies is actually looked at as a form of wealth because of the fact that they're eating good. That means that they have resources coming in. That means that they're able to sustain the family and that they're able to feed everybody. You know what I mean? And you can look that up. You can look it up. I looked it up, and I know I'm not wrong in this because I seen that. But besides that, we're like I'm gonna just center like as far as like here in America. Yeah, no. Like I think sometimes it's just either not mentioned. People are just comfortable. I think it's the attraction level also because I don't think women are communicating the attraction side of things when it comes to their man. You know what I mean? Like, not at all. And I don't think y'all are really encouraging when it comes to good behaviors. No offense, but y'all women really aren't that good at encouraging good behaviors. Like, y'all suck at it. Because of the fact that y'all will say, hey, I don't want to praise or encourage what he's supposed to be doing. And it's like, well, if he doesn't have the acknowledgement in regards towards his behaviors and everything, how would he know? And especially like you're the person that he's living with on a day-to-day basis. If he doesn't get that feedback, I mean, that doesn't make sense. It's the same thing with having like an employee. You know what I mean? Like if you have an employee and you don't give that person the feedback saying, hey, they're doing wrong or they're doing good, and you don't communicate it, they're still going to keep doing the same shit that they're doing.
That's right.
So what are we doing here? Like, it's very easy to put the onus and it's very easy to point the blame at somebody else for something that you don't want to do. It's very easy. Like a prime example, let's just say this. Let's just say that let's just say my lady asked me to take the trash out. And my response is my toe hurts. Think about that. Does that make sense?
Nope.
Right. But it's an excuse for whatever reason. And she could be like, oh, well, can you pick up the kid? No, my toe hurts. I can make any excuse for the reason why I don't want to do something in particularly. So we got to keep this stuff in mind of what it is that we're saying and being very, very mindful. Say what you mean and mean what you say. That's why I said before, use your words. Literally, like stop dancing around things. You dancing around things is just going to make it worse. It's just like, I don't, and I'm not like a psychiatrist or nothing like that. But I do pay attention to people in the way they talk and like how they interact with each other because psychology is actually like the basis of a hell of a lot of things, especially with marketing. And I'm a business owner also at the same time, so I pay attention to all this stuff. And I talk to my business partner. Actually, I got another business partner too at the same time. And I'm also in the music in industry or entertainment. But besides that, so that's my answer in regards towards Tammy. And I'm sorry, I missed some of what the other ladies were actually saying because I was coming home and trying to get like the pizza and the salad and
Yeah.
all that stuff for us. But yeah, based off of what Tammy had mentioned, yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's the conversations just not being had, in particularly in regards towards like the weight or the attraction level, like,
Yeah.
in particularly. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a particular way that you can actually go about it. And I know, Tammy, you're a straight shooter and, you know, you do this and that. And it's just like, I mean, if it works for you, great. I don't know. I don't know what the results are. Like, that can be your solution, but I don't know if that's actually going to be the results that you're looking for, based off of that. But what I can say in theory is that for men, they just get comfortable because women don't really pay attention to the aesthetic because of the fact that they are getting stability. And they're getting provision too at the same time. So they're and from my understanding from listening to ladies, they really don't care too much about the man's aesthetic. Not as much. As long as he doesn't stink, he doesn't have, you know, like the dirt trails and his draws. As long as that right, like as long as that man nails his cut, it ain't dirty, he brushes teeth at least, he has at least a basic level of hygiene. Women aren't making too much of a fuss in regards towards the weight size. Like, they might mention it, but they're still loving that man, like, regardless. You know what I mean? Like, and he still got you. So that's my only, I guess you can say, kind of like rebuttal or kind of pushback in regards towards what Tammy said.
Yeah, and it goes to a lot of men and women look for different things in each other. You know, there are a lot of men that pay attention more to the physical changes and things like that, and there are a lot of women that pay more attention to the emotional and spiritual changes in a man. And it goes back to what you were saying. Now, what real quick, what would you, and you kind of touched on it a little bit, but what would you tell the woman if she started letting herself go? And after you answer that question, I'm gonna bring the good doctor up to hear his side, and then Nakita's gonna come back up.
Yeah, so I don't, you know what's sad? Like, I think that for ladies, they don't make the environment safe enough for men to actually be honest about that. And a lot of times, men just have to be ready to be the villain. That's just what's going to come with this, man. So if she is letting herself go, and I think, you know what I think is really, really unfair, especially like in relationships with women, is the fact that us as men, we can't share our responsibilities, but women can share their responsibilities with men. And I think that's a very, very unfair advantage, and that's a very, very unfair double standard. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
So the reason why I say that is because if she is slacking, or let's just say that she is gaining a bit of weight, then it's almost like now it's on us as men, our responsibility of saying, hey, we need to work out with her, or hey, we need to encourage better eating habits, and us as men need to go ahead and do that with her. You know what I mean? And I understand us as leaders, us being in a leadership position, we need to model the behaviors, and women don't need to feel alone when it comes to that. So I understand 100%. I am with it. And a lot of times women don't want to be criticized when it comes to it, because anything that makes them feel bad, it makes them shut down automatically.
Yeah.
And they don't like that. So they rather somebody, especially the man that they're with, especially the person they care about, especially the person they love, to make the suggestion and to make the changes. Like, hey, we're going to eat a little bit different. You know what I mean? Oh, you want tacos? All right, cool. Let's do lettuce taco boats. You know what I mean? We're gonna take the carbs out. We're gonna take the corn tortilla out. We're gonna take the flour tortilla out, and we're gonna replace that with a taco. I mean, with a lettuce, a piece of lettuce that acts as a taco. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what? Let's just walk and talk. You know, since like, and especially like for us as men, I think it's a win-win situation to do a walk and talk because us as men, we're physical. We really like being active. And then for ladies, like, you know, being active in that moment, it allows them to be able to actually get whatever it is off their chest, off their mind. And us as men, we're actually we're actually more receptive to it because of the fact that we're walking, like we're active. So we're conversating, and it's kind of like we're more engaged because of that activity.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win type of situation when it comes to that. So that's the only thing that I can think of when it comes to it. There's no real nice way to do it. I mean, it's very easy for us as men to say, hey, yeah, there's no nice way to really say it when it comes to ladies, man. Like as far as like, you know, them slacking off or gaining a little bit of weight, like that's what makes it very challenging in relationships with women. Like that's what makes it really hard because it's the fact that there is a level of reassurance and I'm gonna say this and you might not like it, but for us as men, at least for me as a man, there's a level of mental hand holding that we need to do when it comes to that. Like there's just like us as men, we can take critique. Are we gonna like it? No, not really, but we'll act on it though.
Yeah.
We like that feedback. We need that feedback. That's the only way we can get better. But for ladies, critique and feedback, they're not that receptive to that, man. They don't like that. They look at you like you like goddamn Thanos or something. Like you're just Nick, bro.
Well,
we gotta take you out. No,
well, I think you. I think a lot of whether they're receptive or not comes from the delivery and comes from being in tune and knowing who you're with. Like we've said, you know, previous in the broadcast, when you really take the time to get to know the person and grow with the person, then that person is going to know how to say those things to you in a sincere manner where they can be truthful but yet not hurtful. You just have to know the person you're with. You just have to do it that way. We got but I definitely agree and appreciate your take on it. And we have the good doctor coming up now, and then we have Miss Nakita coming up.
All right, definitely appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
You, man. I'm loving this, man.
As am I.
I encourage you to do it more often, man.
Oh, no doubt. You know, every Thursday at 6. We got the good doctor coming on now, and then Miss Nakita's going to come up. And if you're ever waiting to come up, please jot down little notes or whatnot so you don't lose your train of thought when you do get up here. How you doing, doctor?
Oh, great. I really have enjoyed the topic and the conversations. And I've been married for 30 years. And yes, we didn't have our ups and downs, but we didn't jump up and go and to some bar or something, you know. And it wasn't never, I don't think it was ever that bad. But because I'm a lifestyle coach, and the way we met is that she was taking one of the courses that we was teaching, and the name of it is Basic Sensuality. And after she took that course, she came to the Food More and asked me, was I teaching the next course? I said no. She asked me again. I said no. But when she asked me the second time, I said no, but I'll go with you. And it was the level of communication that we had started doing. Taking the man-woman course taking basic sexuality course, and all of these different courses and communicating with each other, and actually knowing who each other were, as well as knowing who you are and what it is that you was doing for yourself. And so we was together backwards and forth talking and stuff, but it was a whole year before we actually had intercourse.
Oh, wow.
And and we were both of us was in our 30s. But we wanted to know about who each other was and what it was that we was doing. So once we did get together, we decided to do what it is that we wanted to do. And I taught the courses for 22 years. She's still is an entrepreneur in medical devices, but hey, we both done retired from that and really doing our own little thing, and we got enough customers to maintain our income, and we live in a 5-bedroom home on a half an acre, and hey, I'm just waiting right now as for the snow and the rain and stuff so I can get out there in my garden. And what she do, she get out there with me, and I bring in the vegetables, she cooks them, I set the table, we sit there and eat, like that, but it's a higher level of communication on the relationship that you are in, not just holding it in, I'm just going to get it out because I'm really tired of hearing that, and so, but if you maintain your communication on talking to each other, and the one thing my mentor said, if your significant other goes into the kitchen and goes out of the bedroom into the kitchen, you say hello. She come out of the kitchen and going back to the bedroom, you say hello. Why? Because it's a new time every time. And just know, it's only now. You only have a moment that you are in now. So every time it's a new time to relate with someone.
Most definitely. Once again, you've definitely brought wisdom to the topic. You brought wisdom to the show. I always appreciate it when you give your input, because you are not one of those people that are just talking about what you think. You've actually lived it. You're actually living it. And so I truly appreciate whenever you can come and give your expertise. We got Miss Nakita coming up, and then we got Just a Man podcast coming up after her. But thank you again, Dr. Goodman. And if you guys don't follow him, please go follow Dr. Goodman, because he has a wealth of wisdom with him.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we got Ms. Hunt coming back up. Then we got my man with the podcast coming. You're back.
Let me go ahead and I am, and I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all a sad story. I'm gonna miss y'all for about 4 months because I'm going to school, and the actual class is at night on Thursday, 6 to 9. So I won't be. It doesn't start till April, but I just wanted y'all to know that. So I'm kind of sad.
Well, we may have to talk to the producers of the show, and maybe we can work some things out. We'll see what happens between now and then.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just hate it because it's doing so well. I love it. I want to challenge everybody. I think I was just telling you that I'm looking at like the bios on a lot of people that are on tonight, and I'm a life coach and a mentor, and been in leadership, and it's like just the man said, when you've been around enough people, you have to learn people. You get a more open mind of feel, like even for your employees, your parents, your sisters, but whoever it is, you learn how to talk to them. Tammy, with the weight, we know that when you're happy, you get comfortable. And we know sometimes you get lazy. But here's the thing. I pay attention to everything. And I challenge any man and any woman in here to pay attention to everything. We know men don't like to go to the doctor. Sometimes that stomach could be an underlying issue.
Mm-hmm.
You don't love somebody and let them go like that. I mean, you know, we have to encourage each other. We have to motivate each other. I told you, I started losing weight. My ex started losing weight. We started working out. We didn't go to the gym together. But if he did something, I would always be like, oh, shoot, that, you know, that's good. How did you do that? What can I do? And it was like, oh, she's interested. He would give me information and we just do it together. I may not be as into it as he is, but it gave him something to motivate himself, to get his mind off of things and to better himself. And the whole thing is to build each other up. You build each other up. And there's a way that you say things to somebody. I can say anything to the most stubborn person. When I worked at the plant, we had a lot of people that just didn't want to work, didn't want to do anything for anybody. And they called me Nike. They were like, Nike, when you go talk to him, boom, just like that. Because you might say, bitch, you lazy, get your stupid ass, you know what I'm saying? But when it come out your mouth, it's like, listen, I know how hard it is. I don't want to do it either. But I can promise you, if we work together and do this, we can get it done. And then everybody will start following along. And then guess what? It got contagious. It was infectious, and everybody starts to do it. You know what I mean? So you have to be like that in your relationships as well. You have to take care of each other. You have to love on each other. Stuff is going to make you mad. With life coaching is questions. Who, what, when, why, how. Okay? You get them to a level. You ask them questions. Make them figure it out. But when you're a mentor, you put your foot in their ass. Why the hell are you doing this dumb shit? They're going to get mad. But you just have to learn how to deliver it.
That's right.
To make them want to do what they need to do.
That's facts. That's very good points too. When you can always tell how much a person really cares about you by what they allow and what they don't allow. You
have to set boundaries. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you good. That's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, set boundaries, but let them know from the beginning. I'm not that type of person. You're not finna sit around here, and it's I have a type, and I hate to be that way, but I do have a type. But my type is healthy. My type is happy. My type is loving. My type is caring. My type is somebody who wants something out of life. Mm-hmm. You know, and sometimes I have found guys who did not have that. They had it, and they got it. And sometimes they turn around, they get it, and then all the other women see it, and then, now I got to go out there and give it to them. So, I mean, it happens. But at the end of the day, I challenge anybody that's listening tonight, change your ways. Try something different. It works. It don't hurt a thing for you to be like, okay, I don't like to put on makeup, but he wants to see me with a little eyeliner and lip gloss on. Give it to him. Let him see you with it on. It's not hurt nothing. It used to be times where I was like such a bitch. My ex-husband wanted to have sex. I was like, I don't have sex because it wasn't that great. I'm going to just be honest with you. But I'm like, damn, Nikita, what is it going to hurt you to go ahead and give him his little 5 minutes? He'll be done in a second.
Sacrifice that 5 minutes, huh?
Sacrifice and don't fake it. I mean, if you got to fake it, be the best spill. You know what I mean? Like, you got to look at like I'm being real jerk. They're not asking me for much. Let me just do it. And let's see what outcomes. And then I might like it. And then tell him what I like. And he's like, okay, I want to see you with them Tims and them, you know, like I said, you never know. One night you coming and 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 you're happier because damn, they really changed something for me, and it doesn't take much. It doesn't.
That's right. It all boils down to choice, whether a person really wants to do those little things or not.
I mean, you can tell somebody all day long, I want to be in love and I want, but you fighting against them. You fighting against her. Why? I mean, what do you really want it?
That you just hit the nail on the head. And that's why I say a lot of times people get in these situations without totally understanding what it means. A lot of people think they want relationships or think they want marriages and things like that, but are people really willing to do the work that it takes?
Exactly.
Because it's work.
Go ahead.
It's definitely work. And a lot of times people hear words like work or submission. They hear these words and automatically think that it's a negative. No, we work all the time. I work constantly, but I'm blessed to be able to do what I want to do. I love what I do. So just because it's work, it doesn't mean that it's a negative. And anything that you get that's beneficial and edifying for your life, it takes work.
It does. It does. And I've never been the type, and people fuss at me all the time, you're just so nice, and I love people. Not I don't like them. I love them, and I want to see everybody do great. I'm on Facebook every day. I share stuff. I've had women block me because their boyfriends or husbands or what just liking my stuff, and I'm encouraging people. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I don't want them. I mean, I get it to a certain extent without saying it, but if you really go through and look at my page, I'm not trying to get at nobody. I'm not in nobody's DMs, none of that stuff. I want everybody to be good. When I do something, I accomplish something, I post it. I'm trying to encourage people. I'm 51. I'm doing it late. You're in your 20s and 30s. Let's go. Yesterday, I was like, anybody want to go to the gym? I'll be there at 4:30. Okay? Nobody came, whatever. If I can do it, you can do it. This is what I'm talking about. Let's get up and go. You got to have a role model. Yep. You have to have that in your life too. Somebody got to be first one to say, look, I'm sick of the shit.
Exactly.
Let's get this together. And you just do not understand if you put that, like you said, put the work in, what you can accomplish. It may or may not work, but at least you put forth that effort.
That's right.
At least you put forth that effort. Men, start asking women stuff. Don't go out here and ask no delusional hoe. Don't ask her nothing. I'm telling you. If she got a bunch of problems, don't ask her nothing. But find you a good circle of people that you can talk to. I talk to you, Salid, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like Charmaine said, if I got something to say, and Tammy, I'm hot-headed too. I done been known to throw cell phones through the wall, kick over a table, throw a hot pan of chicken, whatever. But at some point, you get tired of doing that. It ain't work. It's not helping nothing.
Not the chicken.
So, I'll ask you, Salid, what should I say?
Yeah. That's facts.
Ask my friends, what should I say? And you give me, a friend send me a whole long paragraph. I edited some of it because I was like, I almost, but it made sense because it was calm. It broke it down and it wasn't aggressive. You don't have to be aggressive all the time.
That's right.
So
what's that saying? What's that saying they have about how to catch something? They had something to do with honey.
You catch more flies with honey.
There you go. That right there. Mm-hmm. A lot of times we have to be submit to ourselves enough to know that everything doesn't have to be on level 10 because depending on what we want to get out of it. Now, if I want to get out of it fighting and scratching and cussing, then yeah, I can do it that way. But if I ultimately want to come to a peaceful resolution, then I have to, the things that I'm doing have to change. They have to be different.
Listen, pick and choose your battle.
There you go.
Pick and choose your battle. Is it that serious? Is it really that serious? Like, I'm crying, snot and mad, don't want to give up no cootie cat. I mean, don't want to talk. We in the car sitting with our backs to each other. We got a pillow. What? For what? Oh, because he didn't order the food right at the drive-thru. Listen, my son and his girlfriend, baby. When I say argue about everything, I just threw I'm being serious. The other night he said, "I don't need you to referee," and I took my old ass back in my room and I sat down. They handled it. I ain't got time because at the end of the day, I don't argue in my own house.
Yeah.
But they young and they got to figure it out. If it's not worth arguing over, leave it alone.
That's right.
Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. I'd rather so much have my blood pressure 97 over 70 than 180 over 110 like it was.
There you go.
I don't look at my page. I'm a brag. I'm gonna go ahead and brag. Don't just look at this picture. Go to my Facebook page. I do not look like I'm 51 years old. Not now. But if you go back to some of my other pictures, I look like I was 51 when I was in my 30s.
Gee, stress will tear you down.
There you go. My complexion changed. My weight changed. I started smiling more. I'm happy. I'm just chill and relax. I'm not trying to argue. I don't want to take my 380 out the glove compartment and shoot you, even though I threaten all the time. That's how I want to be. I don't want to be mean and hateful. And if I do everything I know right in my relationship and he leave anyway, I know I did my part.
That's right. And doesn't happiness just feel so good?
It feels awesome.
Then,
it still hurt.
Yeah.
But the hurt don't hurt as bad when you really sit back and think, shit, I didn't even do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's on him. He the one fumbled.
Exactly.
TD Jakes, and I'm gonna stop. TD Jakes said on the video, and I have it, I shared it if y'all want to. You reject me, I'm gonna send you a sympathy card. That's your loss.
Yep.
You would never find another like me. I'm in a different class. So you go ahead about your business.
And
that's your loss.
That right there is why was my whole reasoning. And I'm going to be transparent right now. My entire reasoning for having tonight's show titled what it is because I was seeing way too many women personally and, on social media platforms or in the news or whatever. I was seeing way too many women take all of that weight and that pain into themselves when their men cheated. They were internalizing. They were feeling like, oh, it's my fault. I should have done this. I should have done that. They looking down on themselves. And I want to say personally, do not allow us as men to take your power away, to take your self-esteem away, to take your motivation away, because it's not your fault if you get a sorry ass dude that doesn't appreciate what you have brought to that relationship and he decides to step his nappy ass outside of the house and get with another woman. That has nothing to do with you.
Okay,
period.
On that point, and then I'll go. Charmaine, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm not talking down on you. I love you, I do. I know because you were married 25 years. Let me tell you something about New Age, baby. When the man is cheating on that wife and she perfect, she do everything right. She know.
Oh yeah.
That was already a stipulation when they got together. And a lot of times when you listening to him, he bragging and he boasting, she might be doing the same thing to him. They got that relationship. I open relationship. What do you call it? Not swingers. What's the voyeurs? No, a couple. The girl like to watch other people have sex. Sometimes she'll let her man go flirt with her so she can have sex. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So you never know unless you ask both sides. That's one-sided.
Yep.
That's one-sided. But I know men like the back of my hand. If he's doing it and she's perfect, he done already told her she already knows. She don't care.
Yeah.
She don't care. She got what she need.
She might just be allowing him to do what he do because of the security. There's a lot of reasons.
That's it.
There's a lot of things that some people, and I know this because I've talked to enough people in these type situations. There are so many reasons why people stay that have absolutely nothing to do with loving the other person.
Money.
It goes from finances, children,
low self-esteem. self-esteem. They don't think they can get nobody. I'm a bad bitch. I can go out here and get whoever. I can get your man, your woman, your granddaddy, your cat. I'm bad. I'm bad as a motherfucker. Excuse my language to any pastor on here. I'm bad as hell. You understand me?
Not wanting to be alone. Some people just don't want to start over. Some people feel like they've invested so much time to where they don't want to put all that time into somebody else. So they'll just take the good with the bad. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons.
There's so many reasons. And you just have to talk yourself off the way. Like I said, especially when you know your worth and you know your value. Yeah, you start thinking like, damn, what I do? It ain't you.
Yep, that's right.
It's not you.
It's not you.
Stop it. Look at yourself. And then if you think it's you, guess what you need to do? Fix it.
There you go. And know that just because you fix it doesn't mean that they're gonna do right.
Again, I'm a bad bitch. And I get cheated on left and right. Work, pay bills. Look, when I say you can take a shower, I dry you off and lotion you down. Put your pants on, cut your fingernails, toenails, shave your head. That's what I'm talking about. Cater. I don't care what they talk about. They can talk about me like a dog. She acting like a wife. I done been there. I done been a girlfriend. I want to do what's right to love on this man.
And speaking of that, because
he might be mad at me about something silly, but that mug can never say, you know what? She didn't do nothing to me. It's me. And they leave and they always return. They try to spin the block. And they always come back.
And let me say this on that note. Because I hear this a lot, and maybe this will be another show that I have, but I'm gonna say a little bit about it right now. This is what really grinds my gears with people. And I didn't used to hear it, but I'm hearing it a lot here lately, where you'll have women that will say, I'm not doing any of those wifely duties until he make me a wife. And then I hear these men say, oh, I'm not doing what a husband should do to make me a husband. Let me ask you this, and not you specifically. I'm talking about people in general.
Ask me.
What in the world do people think that dating and all of that is? That is for people to see if you have those qualities and attributes that they may want in a wife or a freaking husband. So if you're not doing those things, what makes a person want to marry you?
Exactly.
I don't understand that. You'll have women that will cook, clean, sex him crazy, be loyal, all of this stuff, and in the same breath say, I'm not gonna do that wifely shit until he make me a wife. Well, what do you call what you're doing? The husband will pay these bills, be stepdaddy to these kids that's not his, protect the woman, all of this stuff, but then say, oh no, I'm not gonna do that husband stuff until I doggone marry. I gotta make sure you wifey material. Then what is it that you're doing?
Nothing. Sitting there waiting. And then when he or she sees somebody else that's doing it, guess where they going? Over there where it's being done at. I'm gonna tell y'all to stop it. I don't like it. And when I hear women say it, like I say, y'all might be mad. Some of y'all, I get it. I understand. But you know, all of this is based off of experiences. All of it is based off of skill. I mean, again, I don't like it. And when we start talking that foolishness, I go in the other damn direction.
Yeah,
I really do. I I cook, whatever. I've been taught that. I know that. I look at that. And when you make mishaps, like, okay, well, this is why this didn't work. I got to learn how to cook, you know, or I got to learn how to, wash clothes and iron. I got to learn how to drive a car. I can mow grass. I'm going to learn how to change my own brakes. Listen, we're going to keep this in the household. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to go nowhere, baby. I got you. And if I don't know how to do it, I'm going to learn how to do it. We're going to be okay. I'm going to teach, I learned how to cook from my kid's dad. I didn't know how to cook. I know how to work, but I had to learn how to do all that. So now I'm well-rounded.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't care what hoe talk about me. I'm going to cater to my man. I got a white liver. I'm hunching every chance I get. Bend over, put it behind, whatever how you want it. I don't care if I'm asleep. I toot it up to you. Let's go. I'm gonna give you what you want. And it's not because I'm intimidated or, scared that you're going to go out here and mess with somebody else. I want to do it.
Yeah.
Because I want you to feel good and I want to feel good.
And that hurts a lot of people's situations too. It's like what you were saying, not caring about what somebody else thinks. A lot of people are in these situations and they want to look good for everybody but the spouse. They don't want to fit. There are men out here that genuinely want to, let's say, be romantic and open the doors and stuff like that, but they're afraid they're going to be called a simp. There are women that want to cater to their man, but they're so concerned with what everyone else thinks. They don't want nobody to think, oh, well, he probably cheating on her. Oh, she a sucker for doing all this stuff. If people stop caring about what the world thinks and start concentrating on what you and your partner think and what is going to edify the two of you.
Period. 9 times out of 10, they doing it too. They just don't want to admit they're doing it because you hear that, oh, she's so dumb, he's so stupid.
Yeah,
I'd be dumb.
Yeah,
but 9 out of 10, they looking at everything you're doing, and they're doing it too. They sneaking DM you like, what you doing? I'm gonna tell you. I got a friend now. I'm like, you need to start taking pictures. Like, if a guy say I want a video, if I'm with him, I like him, I'm sending him a video. I am. Titties, everything. I don't care. I'm too old to worry about what everybody else thinking about me. This is my
That's
life.
right. There you go.
Hey, if that's what he like, I'm gonna give it to him. If it end up on the internet, then we're gonna have to come up with a mutual contract. Somebody got to pay me. That's
there
just
you
my
go.
thought. We're gonna make money off of it then, because I'm not ashamed,
And then even with that though, even with that, you have to know who you're with and know that that's where that trust and stuff comes in at. I mean, you know what kind of dude you're dealing with before you doggone do all that stuff. But I don't know if Mr. Just a Man podcast has something to say just specifically, or if he has something to say to what you said. So I'm gonna bring him up now.
Okay.
And we'll see what's popping. All right. Are you here, Mr. Podcast? I think you're here. There you go.
I'm sorry. Yes.
No, you good,
sorry,
bro.
Family time.
You good,
yeah,
brother.
Family time. So, what? Please give me like a recap at the moment.
It basically a whole lot of talking about different situations and not caring about what outsiders think. Being everything that you can be for your partner. If your partner communicates that there's something that you aren't doing, fixing that thing, but understanding also that just because you fix something doesn't mean that that's going to make, the other party, quote unquote, fall in line or do right by you.
You know what's funny? The fact that you say that, I think that's what a lot of men dread. That's why they're not open.
Really?
That's why they don't talk. Yeah. Because no offense, but like when it comes to ladies, like they just like to talk. They just love the interaction of communication and I don't really want to call it communication. I think it's just dialogue. I think they just like to have dialogue and that's it. With no solution, no real actions when it comes to it. I think it's just and this is going to be sad because I actually said this to my lady. I personally feel like ladies are just like they're information junkies. They really are. Like they just love to listen to just information and just digesting it. It's like alcohol to them. It's like a verbal version of like alcohol. And like I think for some men they don't like to talk about it because there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up action to what it is that they're talking about. It's like, well, if you're not going to act on what it is that we're talking about, then, well, why am I wasting my time and wasting the amount of effort to have this conversation with you?
And see, that sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that sounded like you feel like women just talk to be talking.
And it is, and I honestly, I think that that's what makes it hard for men to have conversation with ladies, because ladies aren't pinpointing the difference between the two. They don't know how to pinpoint the difference between talking for the sake of talking, just for somebody to listen, to give them reassurance. Because this is what I had to learn, like as a man, my damn self. Like, and this is probably why, like, I'm pretty good at it. Like when it comes to dialogue with ladies, especially like at my part-time job. Like with my part-time job, like this is why I'm probably pretty good at dialoguing with women, particularly Black women, because they feel more comfortable with me. But then also I know how to actually navigate and maneuver with them when it comes to having a conversation. But I think the issue between the two is the fact that I don't think that ladies are able to actually separate the two. I don't think they're capable of separating the part that they just want somebody to listen and just reassure or reaffirm their feelings in what they're saying versus what they're actually seeking counsel within. And they mix it up together, that the dialogue becomes longer than what it needs to be. And it makes it very, very hard for somebody to decipher it, which makes that person very agitated and makes it very almost hard for them to help them. You know what I mean? Like it's hard. Like, and it requires particular people who's able to actually sort that out. And like, I don't know if that has to do with me being in, again, like engineering or just life, I guess, in general, for being able to be more of a listener, as far as deciphering what people are saying and what they're not saying, and to just simplify it. Like, I'm one of those people who is I'm like one of those people that I'm trying to think, did I put it in his bio? No, I didn't put it in his bio. So I'm a complex simplicity type of man. So what that is I will be the type of man that creates a calculator for people to use it for a very simple reason of 1 + 2 = 3. Like, I'm that type of man. Like, I'm that type of man to take everything that's complex as hell and make it very, very simple. Because I think that people, and I think humans in particular, are just complex, and I just don't think they know how to centralize it. I don't think they know how to articulate it enough for somebody to be able to actually comprehend what they're trying to say, or what it is that they're trying to do, or what actually is going on. So yeah, so that's kind of like my take on that.
Well, would that fall on knowing your audience, knowing who you're dialoguing with? Because of course I wouldn't, if we were to speak for a couple of minutes, just you and I got a feel for you and you got a feel for me, there's certain ways I would know how I could speak to you and explain things that I know you would get. Whereas if I did it, with someone else, their capacity for what I'm saying may not be on that same level. So is that like a understanding that we need to have as people when talking to other people? Like, your wife better than somebody else that were to come up and have a conversation with her, and she knows you. So the way that you would speak to another woman would probably be different than the way you speak to your wife. Would you say, or is it pretty?
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm in the office, like my part-time job. I'm in the office full of ladies. Full of ladies. Like, I'm fully aware and capable of being able to navigate that, because I actually pay attention to the body language. I pay attention to their response. I listen to their dialogue when they think I'm not listening, just so that I can make sure that I customize my response to them. But also I make sure not to give too goddamn much to where they think that there's like some flirtation or some liking there because like, you know, I am a taken man. So it's just like, yeah, no, like, nah, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like, but also understand that the type of man that I am, I'm an extrovert. So I like talking to people. Like, I like interacting with people. I love looking at people. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Like, I don't care. Like, my part-time job is all everybody.
Yeah, there's a
Again, I'm an electrical engineer, so I that job is remote, so I talk to everybody. Like I don't like to talk to people because I feel like I earn. I don't care how many these I have, how many certificates I have. Like no, I'm no man because I eat shit and be just like you, man.
yeah, there's a lot of feedback.
Because
It's starting to. Can you hear me?
Oh man, wait.
Yeah, it's starting to sound robotic.
Yeah.
There's a little
Yeah.
feedback.
Oh my bad. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, no, like the way that I am, or like my full-time job, I'm an electrical engineer, so like I like just talking to people. I don't try to act like I'm superior or whatever the case is. I have a level of humility amongst me because I can learn from everybody. Like you eat, shit, breathe just like me. You
Yeah.
can be a VP, CEO, business. I don't care what title you think that you feel like you have of superiority. You're still a human being at the end of the damn day. If you get shot right in your heart, you'll die just like me. So I kind of look at life really the same way. And yeah, no, like that's just how I envision. Like I move through life, no matter what I have, no matter what it is that I'm actually going through. But yeah, no, I work in the office like full of ladies, a lot of the times, and it's kind of interesting to hear like some of the conversations, and particularly, honestly, what was the question that you had before? I just don't want to get away from it.
Which one? I'm not even sure.
The last one. I'm sorry.
Shoot, I don't even remember. I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I'm trying to remember exactly what
Yeah, I have.
So bad. Technology is fucking us up. But I don't know. Like I guess like at the end of the day, when it comes to this, and especially like the interactions, when it comes to especially like our relationships and when it comes to people, it's just like, especially like when it comes to women, I don't know. I just think we could do a little bit of a better job when it comes to it. But oh geez, yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was. Like my brain is just going a mile a minute at the moment because like yeah, I gotta. I'm sorry. I got like an engineered brain, so it's just like it's. If I don't put it in a notepad or if I don't put it in like a pretty much like a notepad plus spreadsheet. Yeah. I ain't going. It's kind of my brain. My brain go a little bit faster than my fingers. That's the reason why my handwriting is horrible. And I already said it to my wife. I was like, when I do my signature, it looks so goddamn bad. Like our 2-year-old like writes better than me. So that's terrible.
Well, hey, it was still great. Great dialogue. I'll say again that I love all of the input that was given tonight. At the end of the day, I think we were kind of it was pretty split with the is it a woman's fault when men cheat. There were a lot of people that said, it's half and half. Some said, yes, it's the woman's fault. And then, some said, no, it's not the woman's fault. So I think at the end of the day, as far as I go, I feel like And maybe I give people too much credit, but I feel like we have enough agency and we have enough sound mind to know when we're going to do what we're going to do. And I just don't I've never been the type of person to put blame on someone else for my wrongdoing. So if I'm in a situation where it's a monogamous situation and I decide to step out of that, I'm not going to then turn and say, "Oh, I only did this because you did something." I did it because, and we can call it a weak moment, we can call it whatever we want to call it, but at the end of the day, I did it because I wanted to do it.
So I just want to throw this in there, and I know I'm interrupting you in mid monologue, and I'm sorry. Like, so I want to say, do you think it's wrong to think that that person that is slacking could do better?
No, I don't think it's wrong to think that, because at the end of the day, I think we all can do better in in aspects of our life. I don't think it's wrong to think that a person can do better. I think it's wrong to punish um them by cheating because they haven't got to their better yet. And this only, everything that I'm saying, it only applies to people that are in situations where monogamy is the base of their relationship. Because I understand you do have some relationships where people are open and they don't mind you talking or having sex or whatever the case may be with other people. This is strictly for those situations where you may have a man and a woman, and which now I know is man, man, woman, woman, but let's just say a man and a woman, and they're building something together. They're in a relationship, and they feel like, hey, everything or the majority of the things that you need, you should be able to find in me. If you can't find it in me, before you go step out somewhere else, let's talk about it. Give me an opportunity to fix it, or we meet in the middle somewhere. So that's where this is coming from. But no, I don't think that it's wrong to feel like someone can do better. I think that that needs to be communicated, though.
Yeah, no, I was just only asking because of that, because I know a lot of times people always ask in regards towards communication, like, or the opportunity. Let me put it that way.
Mhm.
And you know what's funny with that opportunity piece is, what is the time frame when it comes to that, though? You know what I mean? Like, most people will say, hey, well, at least give me the option to do such and such. And it's like, well, but what does that time frame looks like for you to either make that decision of either you're going to do it or you're not?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Now, time frame parts, I think it doesn't take forever. And I don't mean forever literally, but I don't think it takes long to see whether a person has heard you and is going to take the steps to fix a situation. Like, if I tell you that I don't like the way you speak to me, it's in a negative way, you're always putting me down. If I tell you that on Monday, then it's not going to take till Friday for me to realize whether you heard me and whether you're going to make change or not. You should know some things instantaneously.
Right. I think it should be 48 hours.
Yeah, there are some things you're going to know
Like 2 days,
instantaneously.
the max.
Yeah, because and that's if, and that's like I said earlier, you can tell how much a person really cares about you by what they do, especially when it's something that you don't like. Because if I'm telling you something that's hurting me and it's a genuine thing that I'm speaking, and you do nothing to change that, then that tells me you don't really care about me, because you don't want to hurt the person you care about, not purposely.
Exactly.
And that's just the way I feel about it.
No, exactly. No, you don't want to hurt the person that you actually care about. I mean, at least, and that's the reason why, like, I want to, like, reiterate in regards towards like what I said, as far as like people want to say like, oh, I married my best friend and all this and that. You know what I mean? It's just like I to a degree I cringe when people say I married my best friend, because it's like when those tough times come around, do you look at that person still the same as their best friend? Because I don't think they do. I really don't think they do. Like I just like and I'm sorry. Like I guess because I'm a skeptic. More so, I'm really I'm a cynical. Let me put it that way. Like I'm really am. And I did like a personality type on myself. Like if people want to look it up, I'm a Enigma 8, and my personality is a CD. And I'm a ENTJ, also personality type. So I'm really, really analytical and really just logical, and really like I'm pragmatic also at the same time when it comes to people. So I listen and I take all information in and I come to a conclusion, especially like on average. It's a lot of things that people say, but your actions do not measure up to what people say. Like in no offense, but it's very, very performative, especially like off of social media. It's very performative. And it's terrible because it's like, you know, you are giving this damn platform, like it's almost like people are giving this damn show, but in the background, when it comes to your actual foundation and your structure, it's off of nothing. You didn't even build it. Y'all were just showboating. You were just performative when it came to just the world and the people around you and the family and all that stuff. And it's like, this is why your relationship is garbage. Like, and I will be the villain and the bad guy when it comes to that, when I'm saying it, because it makes people feel uncomfortable, but it's the truth. Like, I don't get it. And it's like y'all subjugating the kids that y'all have too when it comes to this. And it's like, you're not being real with yourself. You really aren't. And you're not being real with the person that you're with. And I think the biggest thing is, and I love this when it comes to me and my wife, is the fact that, you know, we had this conversation because it's just like, yo, you know, if you're going to lie to yourself, you'll lie to me.
Yeah.
Literally. Like, if you cannot be honest with yourself and you're quick to lie to yourself and rationalize to yourself, you will lie to every single goddamn person that you're around. You know what I mean? And that's not fair. That's not right. You know what I mean? Like, so you need to work it out. And I don't think it's a fair assessment also to think that the spouse that you with is supposed to correct all your internal issues. No. Like, you can't do that, man. Like, that's not right. That's not fair. And this is one of the things of what I've noticed is, and especially like even in my own like family dynamic, not my like my wife and my son and all that stuff. Like, it's just like the cousins and the aunts and uncles. Like, what I realized with them is there's a lot of underdeveloped adults too. There's a lot of them. And like, we think that entertainment is, I don't know, it pacifies us. It pacifies the hell out of us. But not to get too far away from like what we're talking about in regards towards just relationships and like commitment wise and you know, the cheating part of it. I'm realizing like there's a deep rooted thing that actually like comes with it, and people are scared to actually do the work, and they think somebody else is supposed to do the work for them. And this is that's why like they jump from person to person too at the same time, and that when things do get hard and it reveals an inadequacy within themselves, it's a fight or flight mode. That's really what it is. It's a fight or flight thing. And I think we need to do a better goddamn job when it comes to it, and especially where we're bringing kids into the world. Like, we can't be subjecting them to it because that's our responsibility. Like, I look at me and my wife's son. I look at him and I'm like, you didn't ask to be here, man. You did not ask to be here. This was our choice.
That's
this
right.
is something that we did. And I'm like, and the fact that our son looks more like me and his behaviors are more like me, it's like a reflection of my little childhood that didn't, at least I think, that didn't get affirmed as it should.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you know what? The least I can do as a man, as a black man within myself, is to be here for our son and do the best that I can for him regardless. Even if he disappoints me, I don't care. I am here to help you and to have your back until the last breath of me. At least. That's the least I can do. And I think that would make the difference. I think that would make the difference. Let me put it that way. That's all. I think that would make the difference. And a lot of things go a hell of a lot deeper than what it is that we're actually talking about when it comes to like a lot of these relationships. Because it's the childhood. I think it's the childhood issues within itself. And I think a lot of us are trying to work it out. And it's very hard. Even in our age above 30 years old. Like, we're trying to work it out the best that we can. Some of us are still fumbling like we were in our 20s. But I think some of us are still trying to make the best decisions that we can with while still incorporating the challenges of the way society is actually going.
Yeah, definitely most traumas and most shortcomings that we have can be traced back to our youth or younger years. That's a fact, because depending on what foundations were laid then, if they didn't get fixed along the way, then all we're doing is just carrying them on into our adulthood. That's all. But those are great points you made, and we should do the best that we can do by our children. Unfortunately, a lot of people do think about that part of it after the fact. We don't have a lot of situations where we think about that before, we create these little people. We think about it after the fact. And sometimes it's for the betterment, and that may sound crazy because there are some people that don't get it all together until they start having children. And that child is what motivates them to fix whatever they need to fix within themselves and do right by the child. And then, of course, you have those situations where the hardships and the toxic behaviors just flow on down to the child, and the parent doesn't change at all. But that's a whole nother topic. I appreciate the dialogue. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, and I don't know why, because I haven't been talking that much. But I appreciate the dialogue. Once again, I want to say that I'm so glad that we did have men and women both speaking their truths, giving their input, and it was not one of those situations where it was like a man versus woman. It was just people speaking what they felt, what they thought, and it was in a respectful manner. And I think there was a lot of growth that was had tonight. I truly appreciate the people that are in here now. We have 94 people in here listening. It's just steady rising. So I really do appreciate that. The people that are watching on YouTube right now, I appreciate you. There'll be a lot more conversations like this. I try to switch it up every week, but for the most part, just whatever pops in my head, I just write it down, especially if I think there's a lot of meat there. Next week, next Thursday on the 16th, I believe it is, we'll have Vulnerably Naked as guest on here. I'm really looking forward to that. I have King Shit merch now. I didn't post the address to my online store on here today, but I'll post that next week. I didn't post it on YouTube either, because I noticed that when I tried to post it last week, somehow they want me to pay just to post my online store on there. So I'm gonna have to call whoever I need to call to see what's up with that. But if you don't follow me on YouTube, please like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's King Shit Productions. So when I'm doing this every Thursday, I also go live at the same time on YouTube. So those that may not have the Wisdom app, you can go on YouTube and see it and hear the same things that's going on here. I appreciate everyone that have come on tonight. Just a Man Podcast, Charmaine, Nikita, Doctor. Thank you for coming on. If there's anyone that wants to hop on and say their piece, right now would be the time to do it. Because as you can tell, when I get to talking a lot, that means it's about to be shut down. My wine is gone, and I'm not going to pour another glass because if I do, I'll probably be up talking on here to about 12 o'clock, and I don't really want to do that. So again, I'll say thank you to everybody. This was a great topic, and I'll leave it with saying that I repeat, I do not believe that it's a woman's fault when a man cheats. So if you don't take anything that I've said tonight, please take this. Love yourself, take care of yourself, know that you are enough. And that goes for men and women. Know that you are enough. Do not allow anyone to treat you less than what you deserve. Period. Love does not hurt intentionally. So don't have these people doing stuff to you, making you cry, making you feel less than, making you feel like you want to off yourself, and then they turn around and tell you that they love you. It's a lie. Love feels good. And I'll leave it at that. But
yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and put listen, say bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, little man.
Say bye-bye. You want to say bye-bye? I know you said it the first time.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, little man.
There you go. I just want to go ahead and include it. I just wanted to include a little man in there.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like this was a great topic, man. Like this was a great dialogue. And yeah, no, we need more of this. You know what I mean? We need more candid conversations when it comes to this, especially like between genders and particularly because like, yeah, no, like apparently they're not being had definitely like enough, man. They're not. Like it seems to be like almost like, oh, it needs to be black and white. It's like it's not always black and white. There is some gray area because I used to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I read books. Like my wife can tell you. Like I'm a book junkie. I'm like that's my consumerism crack is buying books. So,
yeah.
And like, but dialoguing with people and especially like being challenged in my way of thought, like I actually like it. I welcome it. Like I enjoy it because it's like, well, you know what? I didn't see it from that way.
Mm-hmm.
And that actually kind of makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, no, maybe that might be because of the fact I'm getting older. Maybe like I'm only 34, but it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe my brain is a little bit more advanced than others. I'm not 100% sure, but no, like I definitely enjoy this, man. But you got my support, man. Like I made sure to follow you, and I'm looking forward to more rooms from you.
Oh, I truly appreciate you. Like I said, there'll be a lot more. Now next week's show won't be really about relationships, but it will be edifying to people though. It's good stuff, and I'm here every Thursday at 6 o'clock on YouTube and on this app. And now that may change in the future. We'll see. We may have to push it out a little bit depending on Miss Nikita's school schedule. And congratulations on that, furthering your education. And all of you guys, anybody that's doing something positive, continue to do what you're doing. No dream is too large. You're never too old to start whatever it is that is going to bring you happiness. Just stay on it, believe in yourself, because sometimes that's the only person that'll believe in you. And that's okay. That's okay. And with that, I'm going to say good night, y'all. I'll see everybody next Thursday at 6. I appreciate you guys. That's the show, y'all. I appreciate you. Be back next Thursday at 6 o'clock on the dot. Peace out, y'all.